Namaskar, one and all. Namo Buddhai, and I am Dr. Diya Vandana Sharma, the organizing secretary of the Association of Indian Philosophers International. I welcome one and all to the second day of our third international webinar in the Compassion series on Lord Buddha, an epitome of Mahakaruna. Yesterday's day was absolutely wonderful as we got an opportunity to get enriched by people who have expertise in Bodh Darshan. With their wonderful talks, they enriched us and added value to this webinar. Once again, we are here on the second day of this international webinar, and today again we get an opportunity to get enriched by celebrated scholars and their wise words. With that, I take a halt and I request Dr. Kaushalendra Singh ji to step in and take all of you through this wonderful webinar. Dr. Kaushalendra Singh is a celebrated and young dynamic scholar who has expertise in the Bodh Darshan. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Kaushalendra Singh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vandana Sharma ji. Thank you so much for your kind word. As you mentioned that we are now in the second day of this international webinar, I will not take too much time, but I'm going to call the brain behind this organization, Association of Indian Philosophers International. He's not only the brain behind this organization, but he also the brain behind so many organizations, so many established chair in different universities and institutions. He's a living legend, well celebrated philosopher of our time. So I would like to call the chairman of this association, Professor S.R. Bhatt, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya Sugataya Taine. Salutations to Lord Buddha and welcome to all learned scholars and dignitaries. Friends, we had a very auspicious beginning yesterday with a benediction from His Holiness the Dalai Lama ji. And that provided a spiritual ambience to our enterprise. And thereafter we had many learned scholars to make their presentations. Let me begin with the recitation of three Ratnas and explain them also a little. Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. So when we seek refuge to Buddha, that means to Pragya, the understanding of true nature of reality and the phenomenal world, both in terms of Pratitya Samutpada, dependent origin, and interdependent existence. And in these critical times, it is the latter, the interdependent existence, which is of paramount importance. Because we, in the time of this crisis, have to have a mutual caring and sharing. And therefore, when we say Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, it means we seek refuge to that right knowledge, the Pragya. And then we say Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, it means that we have to lead a virtuous life. So that Dhamma stands for the sustaining principle of the entire cosmos. And this sustaining principle also enhances the living of each and everyone animate as well as inanimate. And therefore, we say, when we say Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami, it is sustaining, regulating, and life enhancing principle leading to nirvana. And nirvana is nirvanam shantam, nirvanam paramam sukham. Now, this message of Dhamma, which Lord Buddha spearheaded, is something which is eternal, all pervasive, all comprehensive, and that's why it is said, Esho Dhammo Sanatana. This is Sanatana. It is something which was true in the past. It is true in the middle, and also true in the future. So this is the implication of Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami. And then we have Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. This Sangha Jivana is a collective enterprise with cooperation and mutual support. And therefore, we do not lead an isolated life. Ours is a life in collectivity, and meaning of our life also lies in collectivity only. So we invoke the three Ratnas, and we reinterpret them in terms of modern needs and requirements. I don't want to speak in detail, which I shall be commenting on the learned presentations, and therefore I don't take much of your time, and I hand over the proceedings to Shri Koshlendra ji. But I welcome Professor Baidynath Labh. I welcome Saswati Mutsuddy. I welcome Shri Pranav Khullar ji. I welcome also Shri Bimlendra ji. In fact, Shri Bimlendra ji supported us like anything. He provided us a list of scholars. He encouraged us, and we are thankful to him. Now,
Thank
over
you, sir.
to Koshlendra.
Thank you so much, sir. Very outstanding words from your side. So let's start the program. So our first guest, we have first guest whose scholarship and capabilities need no introduction. His authority on Buddhism, the Vice Chancellor of Nav Nalanda Mahavihar, Professor Baidynath Labh. Professor Labh is a renowned academician. He has authored so many books, mainly Bodh Pragya Sindhu, 8 volumes, The Ocean of the Buddhist Wisdom, 8 volumes. He has lectured across the globe, China, Thailand, Vietnam, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, and more. Joyfully, I welcome Professor Baidynath Labh, sir. Sir, over to you.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Let me at the outset express my gratitude to and my pranam to Gurudev Professor Bhatt Sahab, and I'm seeing Khullar Sahab after a long time. My namaskar to you all, sir. Kaushalya ji, Professor Bimlendra ji, Saswati, uh, Chawla Sahab. So it was a wonderful beginning, and in the bead form, Professor Bhatt has explained what is the significance of Karuna and the Buddha's Dhamma. Uh, seed is of Mahakaruna or Karuna may be seen, as Guruji told, in the three saranas, Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. The very life of the Buddha may be seen as the manifestation of Karuna, because even during his household life, he was moved by the pain and sorrows of others. And that inspired him to leave his household life, to renounce his household life, to concentrate, to undergo meditational practices and attainment of Mahabodhi at Bodh Gaya. When he delivered his first lecture or first sermon at Sarnath, Isi Patan mein Gidaya, 5 disciples became his 5 monks who had earlier deserted his company became his devout disciples, and very rapidly the number went on increasing, and when the number reached 60 and all of them got the highest stage of sainthood, that is Arhat, the Buddha instructed them to spread in different directions. Charat bhikkhave charikang bahujan hitaya bahujan sukhaya lokanukampaya athaya hitaya sukhaya devamanusana. If we look at the word bahujan hitaya bahujan sukhaya, that is the message of that expresses, or rather that contains and expresses his message or his concern for the whole living beings, not only human beings, but all the other beings, including gods and deities. So he instructs his disciples to wander forth and spend their life for the welfare of not only human beings, but even for deities. So that is, there is no limitation in their wandering forth or in their objective of life. And that is what we find in the concept of Karuna also. Karuna, it has been explained in various texts of Abhidhamma, and particularly Athasarani and others. There, it has been said that Karuna Paradukkhasya Apnayana Lakhana. Karuna has the characteristics of removing the sorrow of others. Tas asahana rasa avihinsa upathana. It is a sense of a feeling that a person who is sensitive cannot tolerate or cannot just overlook the sorrow of others. And he starts his endeavor to minimize and then gradually destroy all the dukkha, all the suffering, all the sorrows of others. So whenever a sensitive person looks at others, his heart starts moving. Par dukkhe sati sadhunang hadayang kampanam karoti ti karuna. Karuna is that it is just like a shaking of a sensitive person's heart. And he starts his actions, not only thinking, but even through his speech, through his physical actions. The Buddha says that whatever we do in the entire life, that may be limited, that may be summarized as 3 types of actions, manifestation wise: mental, vocal, and physical. Other way around, kaik, vachik, and manasik. So the Buddha also says that whatever we do, whatever we perform, we first of all decide, take a resolution at the level of mind. That is why the Buddha says, Ketana hang bhikkhave kammang vadami. O monks, I call that volition is action. So first of all, a sensitive person in the context of Karuna, he thinks of doing good. So at the initial stage, he decides, he gets in stride towards the sorrows of others. Then whatever is possible from his side, he does accordingly. But now that Karuna, as we are discussing, is not a very simple, very easy thing. The general tendency in the human beings, in us, we are common people, what we find that if somebody is in progress, he is developing, usually we do not feel good because we have a feeling of I and he, I and others. So the Buddha talks of this these four uh, appamanya, four immeasurable things. He calls them Brahma Vihar, living in a sublime state. It's not a common state of living. We may have a sympathy for some time for others, but usually it gets it's meets at its end. It is complete, and we do not extend it after a certain time. But the word karuna, as I have discussed, that karuna is something which is immeasurable. There is no end of that, and that is why it has been counted as one of the four immeasurables: metta, karuna, mudita, and upekha. Maitri, karuna, mudita, and upeksha. These are the four Brahma Viharas. Because karuna cannot be seen in isolation. That's why I would like to say a few words about all these four. Metta, first of all, metta or maitri, that is friendliness. If friendliness, I consider it as different from friendship. Maitri is different from mitrata. Friendliness is different from friendship. Whereas friendship is a relation on the reciprocal basis. If I do good to you, you also reciprocate. If I do not do good, you also stop. That is a relationship, and that is very limited. Limited between two or more persons, between for limited for a limited period. But matri or metta is unconditional, unbounded. It is unbounded love, unbounded feeling of well-being without expectation of reciprocation. So in matri, it is, and then the Buddha says that it's not simply by words, it should be by action also. And it should be practiced at each and every cost. The commitment in the heart of practitioner must be like a mother who has a single child, and if the child is in trouble, the mother tries to save her child even at the cost of her own life. So the practice of Maitri must be observed, must be continued at each and every cost. And if that is done, there will be no difference between friend and foe, between liked ones and unliked ones. So that creates an atmosphere of universal brotherhood. Whatever we said that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it will be like that, and the practitioner will never think, not even in dreams, bad about others. So if that pitch is created, if that platform is created, then the term turn of Karuna comes. Karuna goes even few steps ahead, and and uh, Maitri is for commonly. Maitri is generally extended to each and everybody, but Karuna goes a few steps more further. Karuna is specially meant for those who are in trouble, who are in distress, and there a practitioner of Karuna never stops. We find in this context of Bodhisattva that out of that immeasurable Karuna, he uh, just sacrifices his own emancipation, his own Buddhahood, and he takes a vow that unless until I just destroy all the sorrow from the life of others, I will never, I will not myself enter into nirvana or Buddhahood. So that should be the feeling. Besides that, uh, mm, and that is why Karuna has so much importance. So it is such a significant thing, and because of that their concept of Mahakaruna has come, and Mahakaruna is especially assigned or affiliated to the Buddha. Buddha's Karuna is not simple Karuna. Rather, it is Mahakaruna. The prefix Maha has been added to the qualities of Buddha in many respects. Mahabodhi, Mahakaruna, um, like so many things that we find there. So Karuna is not simply as one more thing I would like to mention, that sometimes we take it very common sense that okay, Karuna and Daya, we take the things almost synonymous. But I think Daya is different from Karuna in the sense that in the Daya, the sympathizer or sympathy, in sympathy, the sympathizer may have a sense of superiority complex that okay, I am superior and I am showing my sympathy to somebody else who is in trouble. But in Karuna, there is no sense of egoism. There is no sense of superiority. And the practitioner uh, thinks that he is one of them, and and taking others' pain as his own pain, he uh, feels the same trouble, the same pinch, and he tries to just minimize the pain of others. So that is Karuna. And the mudita, uh, because of course this we are focusing on Karuna, but I would like to say few words about mudita. Mudita, then when we prepare a ground,
Professor Labh,
just
now you
give me
can.
just 1 minute.
Yeah.
Um, mudita, because in the if Maitri and Karuna are practiced, because it is immeasurable, there is no end of that, there is no limitation. So others' success also, the practitioner treats as his own success, and in others' pleasure, he also feel pleasure. That is mudita. And if all these things are there, there won't be any feeling of remorse. There won't be any feeling of defeat or blame. So that is upeksha. And that way, these four Brahma Viharas have been uh, just preached by the Buddha. These are not very commonly cannot be practiced, but with the constant practice, a person can rise to that stage where these four Brahma Viharas will be possible, and that is why we are observing this webinar. And I'm very, very much thankful to Guruji, Professor Bhatt, and all others associated with this webinar. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity to share my views with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Baidynath Labh, for your very learned, erudite exposition of Buddha's Karuna. You have rightly emphasized that um, entire life of Lord Buddha was Karuna centered. He was an embodiment of Karuna, and therefore this is a lesson which we have to learn and disseminate in the present times of universal crisis. You have also referred to say deities who have to be bestowed with karuna, and by deities I would reinterpret it as something any person who is say pious and virtuous is to be regarded as a deva or a deity. So, and you have very beautifully expounded the four Brahma Viharas, and we are really grateful to you for your illuminating presentations. Uh, Now, I request all the learned scholars to make a very succinct presentation within the time schedule, because we have many other scholars to participate in this webinar. The response is very much encouraging, and therefore kindly be very specific in time limit. Now, over to Koshlenji.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, and uh, thank you so much, Vaidynath Labh, sir. He very rightly and wisely pointed out the modern context of Brahma Vihara. Even that we are fortunate that he gave us the time and to join us. Now we have the another guest that our next speaker is a being of immense knowledge and wisdom. He is an expert of Buddhist philosophy. He is a very dynamic personality. I welcome Venerable Dr. Wadinagala Pannaloka. Sir, over to you.
Thank you.
Can I share my screen?
Pardon?
Can I share my screen?
Sir,
Yes, sir. Yes, you can. Certainly.
But within the time limit, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sure. Okay, wait, please. Good afternoon. Namaste. First of all, I am grateful to the organizers of this wonderful webinar, the Mahakaruna of the Sakyamuni Buddha, and Prof.S.R.Bhatt on behalf of the Association of Indian Philosophers International have invited me, and I please and I am honored. I think without taking much time, I am going to take on my discussion on compassion. My topic is domestic violence, compassion during COVID-19. And as I pursue the Buddha's teaching is problem oriented, and through the teaching of Four Noble Truths, the Buddha shares his understanding of human problem and the way how to overcome it. The first truth of suffering reveals our situation in the existence and our environment in which we are living. And then the second noble truth, the Arias, Samudaya Arya Sach reveals the diagnosis, what is the cause of all the issues. And his third teaching, the Nirodha Satcha, reveals us the cure, the Nibbana. And the fourth is the prescription, how to achieve this liberation. And being our topic, the compassion, we can see that the entire Buddhist teaching is inseparable from compassion. Compassion, we basically understand the capacity of our heart to feel suffering of the other, or creating an attitude that cares for other, we can say compassion. And also compassion, I take in the sense that covers many moral sentiments like metta, mudita, upekha, care, love, many all the good qualities that have relation to the other, we can say under the umbrella term of compassion. So the Buddha, and then the enlightened person is the epitome, as our organizers suggested. The Sakyamuni Buddha is the epitome of Mahakaruna. So the enlightened person represents the fullest development of this quality of compassion. So the attaining Nibbana means dropping the problematic character traits, psychological and physical, and transforming the behavior into much compassionate and wise person. So this difference between the egocentric thinking and other oriented thinking is separated in the moment of enlightenment. And also I'm to show that this Buddha's teaching of compassion or the caring for the others and living with a mindset of love and care with each other is highly relevant for the current world. And if we consider the current moment, that due to the world pandemic of COVID-19, the society has been affected by many problematic state of affairs. If we select one out of many, one is domestic violence. I am intending to discuss this topic, domestic violence and compassion, because the Buddha's teaching is to help the people who suffer. So the people who are in the home suffering, and with the outbreak of pandemic in last year, there are records and there are a lot of research are going on about how this disaster affects the family life. Actually, we know that domestic violence is defined as the violence among the partners or family members, but in our context, in Sri Lanka, in South Asian context, I mean domestic means in this context, within the family. The family covers parents and children. These are the two major component parts, as I understand, in the family. So if violence takes place within the family, is a serious issue. Especially, we know that under the pandemic situation, there are a lot of rules and regulations to follow, especially lockdowns and quarantines. These are to be followed by all of us. So these laws and these situations have proven that more conducive to escalate domestic violence. So what is the domestic violence? Can be physical harassments, mental harassments, or the both mental and physical harassments. So then if the home becomes our major issue, so where we are to look for is the question. So then it is, I think, the duty of researchers, religious leaders, or anyone who come from spiritual training. They all are to help the people to be more aware of why this sort of situation is created worldwide. Domestic violence, even the United Nations, the secretary has requested the governments to take necessary steps to minimize or to stop the domestic violence. Especially women have been victimized during this period badly. So of course, it is not only women or the mothers or sisters, but also sometimes the male members of the family, either husband or children, are bullied in the family environment. So then, if our safest place is challenged by our own actions, then it is a question where we are to find release, where we are to find happiness, or at least the protection. So therefore, in this case, as the time is not much, I prefer to analyze a few things. One is, we know that the Buddhist teaching comes up with the third and the fourth truth, the Marga Satya, the eighth noble path. The eighth noble path is constituted of 8 elements. The first is, and it can be categorized in 3 steps. One is Sila, the second is Samadhi, and the third is Panya. The Sila is physical and verbal behavior. Samma Kamanta, Samma Ajiva, and Samma Vacha, Samma Kamanta, and Samma Ajiva. These 3 items refer to our physical behavior, especially at home. Our the verbal behavior and our physical behavior are very important. So our bodily conduct and verbal conduct has to be positive. So that
Professor
is,
Saab, sorry to interrupt you in between. It'll be really nice if you could, sum it up in the next 5 minutes, because I think we are running out of time.
okay.
Diyaji,
Okay,
kindly
thank you,
switch
ma'am.
off your mic, please.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
please
sir.
continue.
So the Sila, Samadhi, and Panyas, the Sila, the principle of Sila is compassion. So once we refrain from harming activities, we are to engage in caring for others. That is the sila. In the samadhi step, we develop our mind in which we remove negative mental states like anger, jealousy, or agonies in our mind, and which helps to flourish a compassionate heart in us. And wisdom is the correct view and right thinking. The right thinking means thinking based on compassion. So the adopting a lifestyle which is based on developing our ethical behavior in terms of mind and body, our thinking, then there is a way to overcome our anger. The overcoming anger helps us to be more adorable person and more loving person. Once our behavior, once our thinking, verbal and physical is calmed down, then the people who are around us, like our parents or children or spouses, all can feel the difference in one member who is developing this sort of behavior. So this is particularly in a moment where we are compelled to uh, take some violent behaviors. That is the moment to adopt compassion. That is the moment to practice compassion. So the Buddhist way, one, as I mentioned, adopting this ethical behavior. And the last I am to quote is one of the early sutta called Veda Vitakka Sutta in the Majjhima Nikaya. That sutta clearly mentions that we can divide our thinking line into two. One is good, the other is harmful. The harmful means sensual desire, then ill will or anger, and violent thought. So one, how to remove the violent and cruel thinking? The way the Buddha proposes, the ancient wisdom that reveals to us is that to be mindful of what is arising in our mind. So the Buddha himself declares that once I am aware of in my mind this cruel thought, deeds to harm myself, to harm others, and to harm both, this anger or this ill will or this cruel thought itself naturally disappears from my mind. So I have, therefore, the Buddha proposes to keep our mind in check, like a person, a cowherd, take care his cattle when there is harvest is going. If the cattle enter the harvest, the person will be punished. Similarly, this harmful thoughts, when they come into our mind, we have to be aware of them. That is the way to control them, to keep our anger under control. Anger can be triggered by many factors created by this COVID-19, in which our movement is prohibited and what we like cannot be enjoyed. So this can naturally lead us to express our emotions, our behavior in a violent way. But being a rational civilization, and human being as a rational being naturally possess the capacity to transform himself or herself from this violent nature to the non-violence. That is what the Buddha's compassion and the way to live like a compassionate person, and to travel on the footstep of the Buddha's steps. Thank you very much, and I
Thank
wish
you.
happiness and I bless for the entire humanity peace in this moment.
Thank you, Banteji, for a very illuminating deliverance. Buddhism has been a problem-solving exercise, and during this pandemic COVID-19, uh, there are many messages of Lord Buddha which can be of great help to us. Karuna centricity is the core of Buddha's teachings, and with this, we can solve our domestic violence also, which is very much needed. And therefore, we are thankful to you for pointing out this very important point. We thank you very much, and we are
Thank
grateful to you for sparing your time. Over to Koshanji.
Thank you so much, your venerable doctor, that you showed the path of eightfold path that Buddha showed us 200 years back to overcome the domestic violence or any kind of violence. Thank you so much for your time. Now, we have another guest who is a symbol of dedication, honesty, and knowledge. He is a very well known face in the academic circle, the head of the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Banaras Hindu University, Professor Bimlendra Kumar. He has his credit numerous books and research papers, which covers his wide range of scholarship. He is the recipient of Vishesh Puraskar by the Uttar Pradesh Sanskrit Academy, Lucknow, in 2016. He had academic visits to Portugal, UK, West Germany, France, Mexico, Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Singapore, China, and more. I am very fortunate that he is my teacher, and he is an excellent teacher, and he guided me in my difficult time. So I warmly welcome Professor Bimlendra Kumar. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Kosalendraji. Most respected Professor S.R. Bhatt, my teacher also. He has been very close to my respected teacher, Professor Mahesh Tiwari. I also regard him just equivalent to my teacher, Professor Mahesh Tiwari. So this, the respected Loka Wadinagala, Dr. Riya Sharma, Sri Pranav Khullar ji, and Jasbeer Chawla ji. It gives immense pleasure to get associated with this webinar on the very burning topic on Mahakaruna. So it gives immense pleasure that Mr. S.R. Bhatt, my teacher, has selected this topic in this COVID-19 very burning situation of the present time. So I am very much thankful to him also for giving me an opportunity to get associated with this international webinar.
Thank you.
I am going to speak on Mahakaruna. Before I come to this Mahakaruna, I will speak something in a very brief manner about the Anukampa, Daya, Anudaya, Karuna, Mahakaruna, and how these have been developed in our Mahayana literature, like Bodhicharya Avatar and other Buddhist Sanskrit texts in a different manner. As we know that, first of all, in the first sermon of the Buddha at Isipatanam Mikdai, at Saranath, Buddha spoke that Tarat Bhikkhave Charikam Bhujan Hitai Lokanukampai Athai Dev Manushanam Ti. So here we find the term Anukampa, the first sermon which gives immense light on the term Anukampa. So here the term Anukampa has great significance also, and it has been defined as Anukampati Paradukkhena Chit Kampana. It is taking of the consciousness by seeing the suffering of the others. So the beginning, the term we are having also Daya, Anudaya. So in the text Dhammasangani, the first book of Abhidhamma Pitaka, we find that how this term Daya, Anudaya, Karuna has been stated. So here Karuna has been stated in the term of Adosu. adosoti metta, mettati parhit kamata, that I desire to help others. But the text Dhammasangani says that yo adosu adudasana adusittam metti metayana anudaya anudayayana anudayatitam hitesita anukampa apyapado abhyapajo adoso slanam ayam bucchati adoso. So here ados is in the sense of the friendliness, or anudaya, that is the kindness, or metiyeta, that is it is in the sense of friendliness. So here we, in the early text of the Abhidhamma Pitaka, we find the term daya, anudaya, and karuna in the term of the adosa, or adves, or absence of antipathy. But later on in the text like Sigalobad Sutta, we also find this anukampa. In the earlier text of Mahayana text also we find the term anukampa also. In Acharya Nagarjuna, in the Madhyamaka Avatar, it starts that Sarvadristi Prahanaya Sadharmam Adesiyat Anukampam Upadaya Tam Namasyami Gautamam. So in the earlier Sanskrit text, the term has also been used as Anukampa. So here Anukampa is nothing but it is a sense of Mahakaruna. So Acharya Chandrakirti has also stated this Anukampa, or you can say in the sense of the Mahakaruna. So I will speak that how Acharya Chandrakirti in the Prasanpada has stated about the Anukampa, that yah sadharmam prapanchasamam sivam pratit samudpad agyai hi desitwan sravdishti pranaarth jagat jagatam anukampa upadai mahakaruna mev asritya. So here it is in the sense of anukampa, is here in the sense of Mahakaruna, that is the great compassion, and it is in the sense of the removing of the all mithya drishti, that is all the false views. So later in the earlier Pali text, we find the term anukampa, but later in the commentarial literature, this anukampa has been replaced with the term karuna. In the Sumangal Bilasani, the commentary of the Dignikaya, we find that Karuna Sitala Hadayam Paya Pajot Bihat Motamam Saranamar Garu Bande Suktam Gati Bimuttam. So the term here, it is the Karuna. Later on, also in the Itibuttak Atkatha, we also find the term Mahakarunakam, the sense of a virtue or epithet for the Blessed One, Buddha also. And here, the Atkathakar, the Buddha Ghosh, says that Mahakarunikam Natham Nei Sagaram Pargum. That here, Mahakarunik is the Blessed One who takes a person from the one shore of the existence to the another shore of existence. And he is in the sense of the knowledge, or knowing the things, that how a person can be crossed from one shore to another shore. In the again Samantha Pasadika, we also find the term yo kappa koti hi apameyam kalam karantu dukkarani khedam gato lokhitai natho namo karunikas tassa. Here, Buddhi is also in the sense of Mahakarunik. So here the term has been replaced from the Anukampa or Daya for the sense of the as a epithet of the Blessed One. Again, now we are coming in that how the term Karuna has been replaced as Mahakaruna. In the text of Khudak Nikaya, one of the texts of the Khudak Nikaya, Patisambhidha Mag, the term Mahakaruna has come. So here Mahakaruna has been told for the Buddha, that whenever this world is burning, aditto, viparyaya, that when this world is burning, then the Buddha, who is Mahakarunik, he comes and great compassion soar forth on the Blessed One. And then he thinks that how this Mahakaruna can be given to the other persons. It is also said in the text that in the morning, before going for the charika, he thinks about the great compassions, and he thinks that who is in the great suffering and to whom I have to give the great compassion or Mahakaruna to the beings. So we are having the references of the text in the in the Pali literature also. Now I will come that how in the Sanskrit Buddhist text like Bodhi Charjavatar, the term Karuna has been given great significance or importance. As we know that there is a need of the charja or for having a bodhicitta. As we know that bodhicitta is the seed of enlightenment, and here the seed of enlightenment for the there are two aspects, that is the ultimate bodhicitta and relative bodhicitta, that is the paramartha bodhicitta and samvritti bodhicitta. Here, ultimate bodhicitta is that type of bodhicitta where there is the cognizance for all the things that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all things are subject to soulless. Where there is the knowledge of all, you can say, the nature of the reality, that what is the nature of the reality through this paramartha bodhicitta we can have. Another aspect is called as relative bodhicitta, that is samvriti bodhicitta. Here, samvriti bodhicitta is that type of consciousness through which there can be a will or aspire to that how the suffering of the people can be eliminated or removed. So that type of these two things, that paramartha bodhicitta, ultimate bodhicitta, and samvriti bodhicitta, that is the relative bodhicitta. Again, we do not find any link between the Paramartha Bodhicitta and the Samvriti Bodhicitta in the Bodhicharya avatar. But Acharya Santidev says that these Bodhicitta, these two Bodhicitta are interdependent on each other. The first Paramartha Bodhicitta is nothing but the knowledge of the emptiness, that is the sunyata. And through the second bodhicitta, that is the samvriti bodhicitta, through samvriti bodhicitta, a person can have a karuna to remove the suffering of the others. So here it is Acharya Santi Dev also says that without the knowledge of the emptiness, a compassion cannot be arisen. And without the absence of knowledge of the emptiness, the compassion cannot arise. So both of these two things are interconnected with each others. Again, sometimes scholars are of the opinion that this karuna and the bodhicitta, they are related with each other, and there is a rising of Mahakaruna also. So in the Mahayana, early Mahayana literature, we also find that Manjushri is designated as a personification of the wisdom, that is the pragya. And Avalokiteshwara is also designated as a personification of the karuna. So this karuna and pragya have given much importance in the later Mahayana text also. And in that way, we are also having Mahapragya as well as Mahakaruna also. So there is a great development of the term that how Karuna and the Bodhicitta and the Pragya, when there is a combination of the Pragya as well as the Karuna, then there is a development of the Mahakaruna. So in that later text, we are also having like that. So in the again we'll come that sometimes scholars are saying in the text that Karuna has only Sattu Alambana, that it has only object object of the human beings, and it has the only awareness of the human beings. But in the case of Mahakaruna, it is the object of Mahakaruna is Dharma Alambana. That is there is an object of the knowing of the nature of the reality, that all things are subject to impermanence, all things are subject to suffering, and all dhammas are subject to soulless. But there is a question that again, when a human being is reduced to the dharma, then how it then it will be called as a Mahakar. There will be arising of the dharma alambana. So here there is a, I think, internet
Okay, thank you very much.
disturbance. So again,
Yeah, there is some problem
again,
is there.
Karuna shows the advesa bhava, and Mahakaruna shows the amoha bhava.
I think we can thank Professor Bimlendra Kumar ji. We have lost the connection with him, and now thanking him for his learned speech, which is a very exhaustive survey of Pali and Sanskrit literature. Now we can pass on to the next speaker, Kaushalji. You may invite the next one.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Professor Bimlendra Kumar. He is my teacher, and I respect him a lot. And very beautifully, he covered the term that used in Pali literature as well as in Sanskrit literature. So here we are out to our next speaker. She is an epitome of grace and knowledge. I request to Professor. I request to Chawla sir, kindly switch off your mic, please. Chawla sir, kindly switch off your mic.
So we welcome Saswati Majumdar.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker, she is an epitome of grace and knowledge. She has to her credit a bunch of outstanding books. She is an expert of Pali language and literature, the head of the Department of Pali, Calcutta University, Professor Saswati Mutsuddy. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry to disturb you.
Yes, sir. Please.
In fact, we lost connection with you, and now
Thank you very much.
We are very much grateful to you for your very
Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I lost the internet connections, so thank you very much.
Now we invite Professor Saswati.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. At first, I would like to convey my gratitude to Professor S.R.Bhatt sir, as well as the organizer of the AIPI for inviting me in this international webinar. So yesterday we have heard that our beloved Professor Soma Bandyopadhyay, the Vice Chancellor of Sanskrit College and University, nicely expressed Karuna as revealed in Tagore's poem. And today I have selected Tagore's first drama, Malini, because Tagore regards Buddha in his inmost being as the greatest man ever born in this earth. And he always mourned that why he not been born in his day, that he might have received his holy influence directly with all his mind and all his body. So, and I think that the society needs not only the compassion to every religion relations in home, but it needs mutual compassion in each and every religion, which Bhatt explained yesterday. And society, rather entire world, is eagerly have the requirement of compassion to each and other, so they can respect with each other for their peaceful existence. And Tagore wrote in the background of Malini, that he dreamt a dream of two friends, where he saw the conflict between two friends. One of them betrayed his friend and divulged the conspiracy against the nation. Naturally, King captured the revolutionary and ordered him to death. Before to fall in death, he desired to meet his friend and thereafter attacked his friend's head with his hands chained. Friend fell in death. That dream was in the back of the mind of the poet, which makes him disturbed, and he wrote the drama Malini. And Malini actually based on Malinna Bostu of Avadano, Mohabostu Avadan. And but Tagore wrote his drama based on just Rajendra Mitra's story, just summary of Malinna Bostu. And where we can uh, find out the story of the Mitra, and where he wrote that a Pratyeka Buddha entered the city of Varanasi for alms, but got nothing. A girl, finding his alms bowl empty, brought his home and gave him a hearty meal. When he died, a stupa was erected on his remains, and the girl decorated the stupa every day with flowers and aromatic. He desired that she may be born with a garland of flowers in every one of her future existences. Her desire was fulfilled. In her next existence, she was born as Devakarna with a garland of flowers round her neck. From heaven, she descended on earth and was born in the same way as Malini, the daughter of Kriki, king of Varanasi. Malini invited Lord Kashyapa and his retinue and entertained them with a sumptuous meal. The Brahmanas, numerous and influential at the court of her father, taking umbrage at her conduct, induced the king to order her banishment. Malini humbly begged for a week's respite, which was granted. During those 7 days, 500 of her brothers, the ministers and officers of the Bhatta army, and the citizens were all converted to the Arya Dharma. The converts regarded Malini as the savior of their souls. Angry at the wicked machinations of the Brahmanas, they proceeded in a body to remonstrate with them. The Brahmanas took refuge with the
Saswati, you can summarize now, huh?
Yes, sir. It is actually it is summer. I am just actually when I am not drawing the picture, then you can't understand how I am related with the topic with this one. That's why. And this is
Yeah.
the last line from the summary. And they revoked the sentence of Malini's banishment, but induced the king to send 10. I think, I have started to 10 and 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay.
Okay, take your time, please.
Okay. So I will mention, sir, don't worry.
Mm.
Brahmanas took refuge with the king. They revoked the sentence of Malini's banishment, but induced the king to send 10 armed men to kill Kashyapa, the root of all their woes. The great sage easily converted these armed men. They next deputed a larger number of men, but with the same result. They saw that by sending armed men, they only added to the already overwhelming number of perverts. They therefore determined to dispatch the business themselves. So, armed with clubs and maces and other weapons, they marched in martial array to the hermitage of Kashyapa. And Kashyapa invoked the goddess Prithvi and desired her to show her powers against these Brahmanas. And she rooted up to stout palm tree hurled in the Brahmanas and crushed them to death. And actually, this is the main thing which depressed Tagore between the hinsha, violence for one religion to another. At that time, King Kriki, the family of Malini, served daily food to 1020 Brahmanas. We have seen that what Rajendra Mitra wrote here, that how the Brahmanas were angry with that girl, Malini, and they just asked for banishment of Malini. So, and Tagore just took that the summary of that story, and he just pictured with his own imagination the nice drama. This is a very large drama, but I am just trying to show how you can follow the compassion or karuna as depicted in our Buddha's preaching. So, and at that time, that when Kriki, the family of Malini, served daily food to 1020 Brahmins, suddenly they felt angry because Malini served food to God Kashyapa. So Brahmanas assembled themselves and decided to kill Malini. So they asked the king for the banishment of her daughter Malini, as she provoked society people to worship new dharma. So new dharma means here actually Tagore wanted to say that this is the just the new dharma means the Buddha dharma, which Buddha preached. Now Malini was very much influenced by the Buddha's preaching and through the Kashyapa and Bhagavan Kashyapa, and so she just wanted to uh, uh, explain it to the society's people. But the other religion, it doesn't mean that the Brahman and Kshatriya and all these things, but the religion, other religions, they don't believe each other maybe. So the situation was very bad at that time, and we see that the king and king also a king and the queen, what they are saying, what they are conversed with each other. That king is I'm quoting that king is saying that uh, my daughter, storm clouds are gathering over the king's house. Go no further along your perilous path. Pause, if only for a short time. Then queen, what dark words are these? King, my foolish child, if you must bring your new creed into this land of the old, let it not come like a sudden flood threatening those who dwell on the bank. Keep your faith to your own self. And where we are, it is reflecting that where the Brahmins are saying that banishment of king's daughter, and then Khemankar and Sukhdeo's those friends, which actually Tagore saw the dream that two friends were they were very much conflicted with these girls' teaching. So Khemankar saying, friends, keep your resolution firm. The woman as an enemy is to be dreaded more than all others, for reason is futile against her, and forces are ashamed. Men's power gladly surrenders itself to her powerlessness, and she takes her shelter in the strongholds of our own hearts. And the Brahman saying that we must have audience with our king to tell him that a snake has raised his poison from his own nest and is aiming at the heart of our sacred religion. And then Supriyo, the other friend, is replying, religion? I am stupid. I am not understand you. Tell me, sir, is it your religion that claims the banishment of an innocent girl? This is the situation. And is very truly said by her mother, Queen, who is just saying this, hearsay indeed. All are all truths confined away their own meeting creeds and come take their lessons from this child. I told you, King, she is not a common girl. She is a pure flame of fire. Some divine spirit has taken birth in her. Do not despair her. Let some day you strike your forehead and weep and find her no more. Anyway, these are the situation actually. But Malini actually she
Ma'am,
was a follower
ma'am,
of Buddhism, and she believed in compassion, and compassion, which we know that what actually Buddha said. And the I just will be quote in the last stanza of the drama, because that is the important portion of the drama. and why I have chosen this one, it will be reflected on that. And the in last era, where actually Khemankar, that friend, actually who believed in old religion, and he always tried to protest these new things, and always he provoked that Brahmanas, and he wanted to conspiracy against the king and his family. So so this is the conversation. Khemankar, I quote, "Tell me, why have you done this?" Supriyo is asking, and Supriyo, friend, you will not understand me. I had to keep my faith even at the cost of my life. Then Khemankar replied, "I understand you, Supriyo. I have seen that girl's face glowing with an inner light, looking like a voice becoming visible. You offered to the fire of those eyes the faith in your other's creed, the faith in your country's good, and build up a new one on the foundation of a treasure. My heart. You had
By the way, Professor, I think you'll have to sum up. We are running short of time. We'll be very kind of you. If you can sum it up in like 5 minutes, it'll be really, really kind of you.
No, please kindly sum up, please. Diyaji, please mute your mic, please.
And then eternally close to me and accept from one who loves you the gift of death. Strikes Supriyo with his chain and Supriyo falls. Then Malini uttered that, "Father, forgive Khemankaro." Means Khomo Khemankare, that was the last line of the drama. And this is the situation actually I wanted to focus here. And then except all of these conspiracy and the opposition of Khemankar, Malini even then forgive his means Khemankar. And so we have to believe that Mata Jatha Niyang Puttang Aisa Ekam Puttam Anurakhe Ebampi Sabba Bhutesu Manasang Bhavaya Aparimanam. Just as with her own life, a mother shields from her own child. Let all embracing thoughts for all that lives be thine, and all embracing love for all the universe in all its heights and depths, and breathe unstained love, unmarred by hate within, not rousing enmity. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saswati ji. The teachings of Lord Buddha have influenced good many great minds, and Tagore is one of them. And in his this play, Malini, he has very succinctly put Buddha's message of Karuna, and you have very elaborately expounded that. So we are thankful to you. In fact, you have helped us quite a lot in organizing this webinar, and for that we are grateful to you. Now over to Bimlendra ji.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very beautifully, you described the message of Buddha through the Tagore's drama. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for your support throughout this webinar. Thanks a lot. Now, I request to my every guest and speaker, kindly mind the time, because really we are running out of time. Take your own time, but don't exceed the time limit. Now, we have a bureaucrat of the highest order, but at the same time, a being involved in the inquiry of the truth. He is a symbol of humanity and knowledge. I welcome Shri Pranav Khullar ji. Sir, over to you. And kindly unmute your mic, please.
Namaskar.
Namaskar.
I hope you can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Respected Bhatt Sahab, respected Professor Bhatt Sahab, and all our co-scholars on the webinar today. It's a great privilege and honor to be amongst all of you. I think the theme of Karuna, I think has never been more relevant in today's time in human history. than ever before. So I think I approach the subject, I think, from the point of philosophy only. So while analytical logic and philosophical reasoning, one could say, has characterized most of Buddhist thought, I think it is perhaps the path of compassion, how you would translate it as karuna, which lies at the heart of the Buddha principle. I think it is the cardinal virtue, whether in Buddhism or in any other faith, which is to be developed, and which will open up the path to Buddhahood. So beyond all dialectics, there is this karuna, which I would define as a compassionate wisdom. The Buddhist scriptures narrate this very famous story of Asanga, the founder of the Yogacara school. So he had mastered all the intellectual aspects of the Shastras, the Sutras, and he had long sessions of meditations in search of the self. But he somehow could not realize that state. So he got disheartened. And many a time he gave up his practice and came back. Now it is said, folklore has it, that on his way back to the town, when he was very disheartened, he saw a dog whose body was being eaten up by maggots. The sight filled him with so much of compassion that he resolved to remove the worms. It's a very famous story in Buddhism. Now, this did not seem possible. So Asanga decided to cut the flesh from his own thigh to attract the worms to himself. So when that also seemed a little insufficient because the worms would not go away, he decided to transport the worms to his own flesh by using his own tongue. And it is said, mythology or folklore or storytelling or a metaphor, it is said that the dog disappeared and Lord Maitri stood in front of Asanga, taking him into this great samadhi. So Maitra is supposed to have told the great teacher that his fervent practice, all what he had practiced till that point, actually needed to be grounded in universal compassion to enable him to see that the self which he was seeking was actually omnipresent. I mean, it's not theory anymore. It's not theoretical. So Karuna, I think, as all the renowned scholars have also said, I think is seen as an integral element of the spiritual practice, a prerequisite for being recognized as a bodhisattva, which is a feeling which arises not merely out of a common pity, but a heartfelt empathy, which will allow a realized, or which will not allow rather, a realized soul to rest till he removes the veil of ignorance or suffering of all. Shantideva, the great Buddhist monk teacher of Nalanda, he defines compassion, this is of course translated in English, as the root of the knowledge of the omniscient. And in his classic book called the Bodhi Acharya Avatar, a guide to the Bodhisattva's way of life, Shantideva defines the way the truly heroic beings, something which Professor Labh mentioned earlier in the session, the truly heroic beings, he says, postpone their nirvana until every other being attains that bliss of enlightenment. So this principle is conceptualized, Karuna is conceptualized as a way of living in Buddhist traditions. And it's almost, you could see it as a psychological means to cultivate liking and equanimity for all fellow beings. Jeffrey Hopkins, who's been a close associate of the Honorable Dalai Lama for over 10 years, in fact, many more years, puts this principle of Karuna in perspective in one of his books by seeing compassion as an essentially meditative technique which allows us, he says, to tap our own potential for caring and processing the thoughts and beliefs that interfere with our ability to interact with others. And how learning, he says, to live from a more compassionate viewpoint, we create a better life not only for ourselves, but for others. So to develop compassion in Buddhism, in Buddhist tradition, in Buddhist thought, in the Buddhist lineage, has been seen as a challenge, I think, to identify and rise above our deepest dislikes and prejudices, and to understand our innermost anxieties and fears, and to know actually that we mirror each other, that we are actually all one. I mean, this feeling of I and you, I and the other, which again Professor Labh had mentioned so beautifully. Now, this interconnectedness, I think, is important. And the only way to realize or understand the interconnectedness of life is through karuna, through compassion, through empathy. So this interconnectedness can be felt only by a compassionate heart, I think, which would see beyond all the misconceptions or the limitations of the thought or the mind. Dalai Lama Sahab himself emphasizes, within quotes, he says, Karuna itself predetermines what we perceive. So it's a healing meditative tool to tear away this veil of ego-centric ignorance, that we are all separate entities. As one of the Zen teachers puts it, compassion without wisdom would be sentimental, and wisdom without compassion would be unthinkable. In fact, they go together like the foot before and the foot after in walking. Professor Houston Smith, who was he's been one of the legendary professors of religion, and I was lucky and fortunate enough to be his student at some point very early in my life. He's written a classic called The Religions of Man. He puts this in the perspective of the Buddha, and he says that he dramatizes actually that moment of Buddha's awakening from his deep meditative state under the Bodhi tree, and in which Gautam somehow is asked. Houston Smith, of course, translates it. He says he's asked whether he's a god incarnate, an angel, or a great sage. And Gautam's answer was very simple. He said, I'm awake. His reply, I think, marked the transition of Prince Siddharth to Tathagat Buddha. For the etymological root of the word Buddha means to awaken and to know. And I think to sum it up within the theme of today, I think wisdom is all, karuna is actually, as I just quoted from the Dalai Lama, it's all about compassion only actually. The rest of it is all theory. So karuna perhaps could be summed up within the Buddhist lineage as a compassionate wisdom. I mean, I don't wish to go into greater detail of the legendary story of the 4 sides of the Buddha. So I'll close with this, Bhatt Sahab. I hope this has been, I thought this would provide not only a philosophical, but more importantly, a spiritual, point of view on the Buddhist tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Pranav Khullarji. It was really a wonderful exposition of basic tenets of Lord Buddha. Your narration of the story of Asanga was really heart-touching. It is the highest expression of Karuna. And we find that Karuna has been the basic tenet of Buddha's teachings. So, and it is what is very much needed in modern times, particularly when we are suffering from this pandemic of corona. So we are thankful to you for very beautifully presenting the message of Lord Buddha. We are really grateful to you. Well, it is unexpected of a bureaucrat, such a wonderful scholarly presentation. Thank you very much. But you have been writing in Times of India, what is that? Speaking tree, no?
Oh, the
So you
speaking
are
tree.
a speaking tree. So you are a scholar also in that, right? And
Thank you.
you have been a student of Delhi University, and we are proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhatt. And I need to thank Diya ji and Kaushalendra ji as well for putting this together and for organizing and coordinating this so beautifully.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time, because it doesn't seem that you belong to a bureaucracy. The beautifully you described about the nature of Mahakaruna, the Karuna, and the deep-rooted facts that is in Pali. Diyaji, kindly switch off your mic because there's some disturbance. Diyaji. Okay, so the way you described, sir, it was amazing, wonderful, and we are fortunate that you joined us and you gave us the time. And thank you so much. Diyaji, you want to say something? Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Pranav sir. I think you spoke wonderfully well. I had tears in my eyes, when you were speaking, especially the story of Asanga and the dog. It was just heart touching, and I was moved from within. So I've heard this earlier also, but somehow I don't know. Maybe you have that compassion in you because when you narrate it, it touches the heart directly. So it was a beautiful story and it was a beautiful presentation. Thank you so very much for brightening and enlightening and enriching this webinar and all of us. Thank you so very much.
In fact, Pranavji is a compassion embodiment.
Diyaji, please mute your mic.
Right.
Okay.
I see it as the best wishes and the blessings of Bhatt.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we
So
have Rana.
let's move to the yes,
Rana
sir. Let's move to our next speaker. We have another guest whose scholarship and capabilities need no introduction. He has authored so many books. He has an expert of Pali language and literature, along with the Abhidhamma-based Buddhist philosophy, and he is the head of the Department of Buddhist Studies, Nav Nalanda Mahavihar. I welcome Professor Rana Purshottam, sir. Sir, over to you, and kindly unmute your mic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kausalendra. Vandana. First of all, I salute my teacher, my professor, Professor S.R. Bhatt. Sir Charana Sparsio.
Thank you.
And dignitaries present here at this time. Actually, first of all, I would congratulate our Gurudev, Vandana and Kausalendra, for choosing this beautiful topic, because Karuna is the focal point of Buddhism. How and why Buddhism arose? What is the cause of genesis of Buddhism? This is the only thing, the one word, that is Karuna, compassion. First of all, I would like to give you etymology of the term Karuna. There are two terms here, Kang and Runati. Kang means Dukkhang. Runati means Tasming Pavishati Vinasaya Vayamati. Karuna means to enter into the suffering of others for removal of the suffering. So, the whole structure of Buddhism, the cornerstone, the foundation stone of Buddhism is Karuna. par dukkhang diswa nivaranathaya chitta pavattanam. After perceiving, after seeing the suffering of others, to lean towards the removal, to lean towards the solution of the suffering. This is the base of Buddhism. If you will ask, what is the crux of Buddhism? Buddha always say, Dve ime bhikkhave desemi, dukkhang cha dukh nirodhang cha. Monks, I talk only two things. I talk about two things only. There is suffering and there is removal of suffering. So, why suffering? Because of compassion. Out of compassion, Buddha gave new path to the world, the India. This is a part of Indianism, Bharatvad. Dukhi janang arabha karuna upajjati. Compassion arises because of the suffering people. And par dukh vinasatthaya mudit chitta pavattanam. After seeing the suffering of others, the inclination, the movement of the happily you want to remove the suffering of others. This is the base, and whole structure of Buddhism is based on karuna. All sects of Buddhism dependent based on the concept, the feeling, the notion of karuna, that is compassion. Dukkhang cha, dukha nirodhang cha. Buddha saw, before renunciation of household life, an old man, a diseased man, a dead man. Because of that, these are the four chattari nimittani. These are the four things which inspired Buddha, which inspired Prince Siddhartha to become Buddha. And the whole world was suffering. Of course, Upanishadic acharyas also tried to work upon the suffering of common mass. But because of the language, Sanskrit, because Sanskrit is not the language of common people, so common people could not associate themselves with the acharyas. The Buddha researched, because the great scholar like Prof.S.R. Barua, Deepak Kumar Barua, I have read one of the articles, the Buddha, the greatest Vedgu. Buddha was the great scholars of Ved and Vedanta. So, after going through all available materials, all available literatures, Buddha invented the new methodology of life, the new methodology of public life. And then right now, this is called Buddhism. There is no another thing, there is no another base, only one thing, that is compassion. Buddha chose the language Pali because he wanted to penetrate into the common mass, common people, and wanted to revolutionize the life of the common people. Revolutionize the life. First thing, he propounded his Paticca Samuppada, the theory of dependent origination. This is not a simple theory that one can just recite avidya pachya sankhara sankhar pachya vijnanam vijnan like this. No, it starts with avidya, ignorance. And to remove the ignorance, because of ignorance, all sort of suffering is taking place in our life. So we have to remove ignorance. Avidya pachya sankhara. And the notion of Paticca Samuppada originated because of compassion. Compassion towards the common people, compassion towards the common mass. Then, through another way, he gave the notion of Trilakkhana. Three characteristics. These are anicca, impermanence. The theory of momentariness, the impermanence is not simple. But through Pali language, through the lingua franca, Buddha convinced the people that everything is impermanent. Now, interpretation of impermanence is resulted in the quantum theory, the quantum physics. The theory of impermanence is not so simple, but Buddha made it simple for the common people, for the common mass. And because of his karuna, because of his compassion, common people could understand anitya, anatma, and dukkha. Then he gave the concept of Brahma Vihar, the sublime state, Maitri, friendliness, Karuna, first of all, friendliness towards the whole world, each and every creation of the world. Because he said, the theory, he gave theory of equality, that is sabbe pana sabbe bhuta samsama. All creatures of the world are equal. There is no specific characteristic, there is no specific or a special status to anybody in the world, not only among the humans, but among all creatures, small or big, short or long, all creatures are equal, samsama. Then he gave the concept of karuna, because karuna is the cornerstone, basics of Buddhism. And then mudita. When you remove suffering from anyone's life, then be happy after getting result that you have removed suffering from the life of a particular person. So, and then upekha. No need to be attached with anyone. Because sabbe sankhara anicchati yada panyaya passati ath nibbindati dukkhe es dhammo sanantano. This is the universal law, that everything is impermanent, everything is momentary. One has to understand this fact. And without understanding the fact, one cannot be a learned one. So this is the thing. Then Buddha gave another formula, that yatha mata niyang puttang ayusa ek put manu rakhe. A mother protects the life of a single child, single son. In the same way, you have to show compassion towards each and every being of the world. And that has been given. The example of Karuna has been given in Jataka stories. 547 Jatkas. Jasbeer Chawla ji is here. He has studied a lot about Jataka stories. Banarind Jatak and all Jatkas. even the animals have sacrificed their life for the society. See the structure of Buddhism. The whole Buddhism is driven by Karuna, compassion. And in Banarinda Jatak and other Jatakas, even the animals, human beings are so many. There are so many examples of the life sacrifice of human being. Jasbeer Chawla ji, I am addressing you. This is life management. You are always talking about business management through Jatakas. Right now I am talking about life management, society management through Jatakas. So even animals have sacrificed their life for the well-being of the society, for the well-being of the fellow creatures. This has been given in Buddhism. And that is because of compassion, Karuna. So, and the first thing which is very important in Buddhism, that is the Four Noble Truth. Dukkhang, Dukkha Samudayang, Dukkha Nirodhang, Dukkha Nirodhagamani Patipada. Always Dukkhang, Dukkhang, Dukkhang. We have to remove the suffering from the whole world. This is the philosophy of India. This is the philosophy of Bharat. This is a part of Bharatvad, Indianism. We never talked about revolution, jihad. We never advocate genocide. We advocate for compassion. We advocate for equality of each and every creation of the world. Sabbe pana, sabbe bhuta, samsama. And then in 1st century AD, when Buddhism got new shape during the time of Kanishka, that is Mahayana Buddhism, then Mahayana scholars personified Karuna. And they created, they made the concept. Sir, within 1 minute, they created, they gave the concept of Bodhisattva, the ideal of Bodhisattva. Ideal of Bodhisattva is nothing but the personification of Karuna, compassion. So in one word, we can say Buddhism is nothing but the interpretation of Karuna, compassion, but the implication of Karuna, compassion for the well-being of the entire humanity, the entire living and non-living creatures of the world. Thank you, Pranav sir, my Gurudev Bhatt sir.
Thank you, Professor Rana ji. You have given us etymology of the word Karuna, and it is really very.
I'm not listening you, sir. Please repeat.
You have given us etymology of the word Karuna, and that is quite illuminating because Karuna. You are not listening, no?
Sir, you are live, but I think.
Hello.
Sir, I think we lost the connection with him.
We lost connection. Now you can invite the next learned scholar, Sri Chawla ji.
We thank to Professor Rana Purshottam sir. Very well he explained that how a language can revolutionize the person and the society, the way Buddha did through the Pali language. So it was a very interesting fact that he produced with us. Thank you so much to him. Now our next speaker has a humongous personality. He is ornamented with sharp intellect. He is a very well-known Buddhist management expert. I welcome Shri Jasbeer Chawla ji. Sir, over to you, and kindly unmute.
नमो अर्हतो भगवतो सम्मा संबुद्धस्स। सबसे पहले मैं विश्व के सर्वप्रथम मैनेजमेंट गुरु भगवान बुद्ध ब्लेस भगवान बुद्ध को शतशः नमन करता हूं और जिनके महाकारुणिक उनका एक नाम और इस वेबिनार में सम्मिलित उद्भट सारे विद्वानों को प्रणाम करता हूं। जिन्होंने कोरोना महामारी से जूझ रही मानवता तक बुद्ध वचनों को पहुंचाया है। प्रोफेसर भट्ट साहब और लाभ सर, राणा सर, सबका मैं बड़ा आभारी हूं और आभारी हूं AIPI का, जिन्होंने यह अवसर उपलब्ध करवाया। विश्व के समस्त आभासीय दर्शकों को मैं अभिवादन करता हूं कि वे इस प्रदत्त अवसर का लाभ उठाकर महाकरुणा से जुड़े हैं। मेरे पास कुल 12 मिनट हैं और 547 जातक अट्ठ कथाएं हैं, जिनसे मैं करुणा के सागर भगवान बुद्ध के शास्ता रूप में प्रकट किए गए महाकरुणा के कुछ सिद्धांतों को उजागर करूं, इसलिए कि उन कथाओं का संदर्भ भी दे पाऊंगा। विस्तार से बताना यहाँ संभव नहीं है। मुझे याद है स्कूल के दिनों में हिंदी साहित्य पढ़ाते हमें शिक्षक पढ़ाया करते थे करुण रस के बारे में और एक सहृदय के बारे में कि सहृदय होना आवश्यक है। करुण रस और से आप वैसंतर जातक अगर आप पढ़ें तो आप रोने लग पड़ेंगे। पाली साहित्य में इतनी अच्छी करुण रस की रचना है। तो ये कैसे होता है? विदेशी वैज्ञानिक जो हैं वो कह देंगे कि मानव शरीर कोई करुणोदक नाम का केमिकल उत्सर्जित करता है। खैर, संवेदनशीलता अगर हम लोग कहें कि यह तो पीर पराई जो जानता है, जैसे महात्मा गांधी कहा करते थे वो भजन में, वैष्णव जन तो तेने कहिए ये पीर पराई जाने है। तो यह जो बीत रही है कोरोना काल में, जब दूसरे की दुख पीर पराई जब आदमी स्वयं अनुभव करने लगता है, मतलब सहानुभूति का उदय हुआ। दूसरे के दुख से दुखी होना करुणा की संभवतः एक प्रारंभिक परिभाषा बन सकती है। पर दुखे सति साधुसाम मन कंपतिति करुणा। और इटमोलॉजी तो डॉक्टर साहब ने बताई अभी थोड़ी देर पहले, और बिमलेंद्र जी ने भी बहुत अच्छा बताया कि करुणा किस तरह महाकरुणा में बनी। परंतु तब तक जब यह कंपैशन ही रह जाती है, जब दुख का निवारण करने के लिए अगर हम कुछ नहीं करते दूसरे के दुख का, तब तक वह कंपैशन ही रह जाता है। और असंग का अभी आपने उदाहरण खुल्लर साहब ने बताया कि किस तरह दूसरे की सफरिंग को दूर करना, और यही हमारे बुद्ध धर्म का जो कार्डिनल पॉइंट बताया विद्वानों ने, यही कॉर्नर स्टोन है। तो मैं आपके सामने जातक अटकथाओं की एक और कथा है, किस्सा गौतमी की, कि जब अपने बच्चे को वो लेकर आई भगवान के पास कि इसे जीवित कर दें, तो दशबलधारी चाहते तो अगले पल उसको जीवित कर देते, परंतु महाकरुणा, उनका हृदय महाकरुणा का है, और एक दुख खत्म होगा दूसरा दुख लग जाएगा। इसलिए अविद्या को जब तक नष्ट न करें तब तक दुख का अंत नहीं होता है। और इसलिए भगवान बुद्ध महाकारुणिक कहे जाते हैं कि अविद्या को नष्ट करते हैं, और इसलिए ही वो अपने साथ भिक्षुओं को भी यही कहते हैं कि चारिका करो भिक्षवे, बहुजन हिताय बहुजन सुखाय लोकानुकंपाय। और स्वयं उनका जीवन एक उदाहरण है। 80 वर्ष की आयु तक वे अपना जीवन पूरा समर्पित कर दिया, जन जन तक, जन जन की सफरिंग दूर करने के लिए, इस अविद्या का नाश करने के लिए। 4 आर्य सत्यों का प्रकाशन जो किया उन्होंने, और अष्टांगिक मार्ग का, आज पूरी मानवता जो है उनके सामने नतमस्तक है। अगर हम कहानियों में बात करें तो आपको एक कहानी याद होगी कुणाल जातक की, जिसमें कोसी शाक और कोशी क्षत्रिय हैं और शाक्यवंशी क्षत्रिय हैं। वो रोहिणी नदी के जल बंटवारे के लिए आपस में मर मिटने को तैयार हैं, और वहां भगवान की जो करुणा है, महाकरुणा, वो अप्लावित होती है। जाकर के बताते हैं कि तुम लोग ये क्या करने जा रहे हो। और देखिए कि अच्छे प्रबंधन गुरु की तरह वो जेतवन विहार में पहले ये तय करते हैं अपने मन ही मन कि मैं उनको फंदन जातक सुनाऊंगा, भद्रसाल जातक सुनाऊंगा, उसके बाद ये सुत्त हैं जिनसे वो अपने शस्त्र त्याग देंगे। और सचमुच में यही होता है। तो भगवान की जो महाकरुणा की उदाहरण हमें जातक अष्टकथा में मिलते हैं, इसलिए ही वो एपिटोम है महाकरुणा के। मैं कुछ जातकों का और उदाहरण आपके सामने रखता हूं क्योंकि समय कम है। और एक ऐसा भी एक सिद्धांत आता है कि अगर आवश्यकता पड़ती है तो भगवान बुद्ध अपने नियमों को थोड़ा चेंज करते हैं, बदलते हैं, अमेंडमेंट करते हैं। मसलन एक घटना आई है, उसका नाम है दशबलधारी। मैं आपको अब थोड़ी देर में बताता हूं, मेरे नाम निकल रहा है माइंड से। भगवान को छींक आती है धर्म देशना करते हुए, तो सारे जो पूरा भिक्षु समूह है वो कहता है भगवान जिए, भंते जिए, सुगत जिए, और पूरा इतना हल्ला हो जाता है कि उनका चेन ऑफ थॉट्स जो है गड़बड़ा जाता है। और वो कहते हैं कि ये भिक्षु, ये किस तरह का आचरण है। तो भिक्षु बताते हैं कि भंते, जब हम श्रावस्ती नगर में जाते हैं तो यही होता है, कोई छींकता है तो लोग भंते जिए इस तरह कहते हैं, और दूसरे संप्रदाय वाले भी यही करते हैं। तो उन्होंने कहा कि यह दुष्कृत है। ये कहानी, ये अट्टकथा मत्स्य जातक 75 नंबर की कहानी है। तो भिक्षु आगे से बंद कर देते हैं, और जब चारिका करते हैं और इस तरह कोई छींक आती है तो वहां ये चुप रहते हैं, क्योंकि ये शिक्षा पद है कि कुछ नहीं कहना है। तो जनता में होता है कि ये बड़े क्रूर हैं, ये आगे से कोई आशीर्वचन नहीं कहते, कोई ऐसा वाक्य नहीं कहते। ये आकर के भगवान बुद्ध के साथ भिक्षु कहते हैं कि भंते, ये नियम जो है, ये लोगों में हमारी छवि का दुष्प्रचार हो रहा है कि इनमें करुणा नहीं है। तो भगवान ये नियम वापस लेते हैं कि ठीक है, आप चारिका करते हुए जैसा ये है उस तरह ही आप आचरण कर सकते हैं। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि महाकारुणिक जो हैं वो अहंकारी नहीं है। अगर आवश्यकता है तो वे उस नियम को बदलते हैं, उस नियम में संशोधन करते हैं। और सबसे खास बात जब हमें कुछ कथाओं में ऐसी मिलकर आती है कि वो सारिपुत्र से भी कई बार नाराज हुए हैं, और अपने अस्थवीरों को भी उन्होंने उचित रास्ता हमेशा बताया है। जहां भी डेविएशन होता है, इसलिए अभी सर जैसा बता रहे थे लाइफ का प्रबंधन, इन कहानियों में लाइफ का प्रबंधन छुपा हुआ है। मैं आपको एक अट्ठकथा का रेफर करता हूं। उसमें क्या होता है कि भगवान उठकर सुबह जब जिस समय ये घटना है, जब वेणुवन से सारे शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं जेतवन में, रास्ते में जहां पर ये पड़ाव करते हैं वहां सब अपने अपने आसनों को ग्रहण कर लेते हैं, लेकिन सारीपुत्र के लिए कोई आसन नहीं बचता है और सारीपुत्र जो है वो पेड़ के नीचे बैठे हुए हैं। सुबह दशबलधारी की नींद खुलती है, वो देखते हैं सारीपुत्र तुम यहाँ, हाँ भंते। तो उस दिन से वो मौदगल्याण को बताते हैं कि ये शिक्षा पद बने कि जो हमारे सीनियर हैं, सीनियर के लिए हमें इतना रिस्पेक्ट होना चाहिए, जो हमसे आयु में बड़े हैं उनको पहले आप आसन दें। तो ये देखिए इतना सुंदर ज्वलंत उदाहरण है कि ये करुणा उनके मन में हमेशा उपजती है। अगर कहीं अस्थिर भूल भी कर रहे हैं तो उन अस्थिरों को भी वो उस पथ पर लाते हैं। एक कहानी मैं आपको बताता हूँ सालक जातक की। उसमें एक अस्थिर है, वो एक श्रामणेर पर उसको छड़ी से मारते हैं या शारीरिक दंड देते हैं, और वो श्रामणेर जो है वो विहार छोड़कर चला जाना चाहता है। ब्लिस, देखिए कोई गड़बड़ हो गई है ये।
अब तो समय भी समाप्ति की ओर जा रहा है।
बहुत सी कथाएं ऐसी हैं। मैं महाकारुणिक को पुनः प्रणाम करता हूं और आप सबका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। फिर अवसर मिला मैं आपको एक से एक अच्छी कहानी जातक कथा में है
आपको पुनः आमंत्रित करेंगे और आपके ज्ञान का लाभ लेंगे। आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने जातक कथाओं के आधार पर भगवान बुद्ध की महाकरुणा का चित्रण किया है और इससे हम काफी लाभान्वित हुए हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। कौशलेंद्र जी,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद चावला सर, जिस खूबसूरती के साथ आपने जातक के माध्यम से करुणा का व्याख्यान किया और साथ में आपने बहुजन हिताय बहुजन का जो शब्द का आपने, हमारे जितने भी विद्वान वक्ता थे सबने इस बात को बार बार दोहराया। तो भारत के संसद भवन से लेकर भारत सरकार के घोषणा पत्र से लेकर दूसरे राज्यों के घोषणा पत्र और उनके कार्यों में भी यह झलक दिखती है, क्योंकि यह भारत की सनातन परंपरा का एक हिस्सा रहा है कि हम आखिरी छोर तक, आखिरी व्यक्ति तक जो हमारे संसाधन हैं उनका प्रयोग करते हुए उन्हें लाभान्वित करें। तो जो भगवान बुद्ध ने 2600 वर्ष पूर्व इन जिन चीजों को किया था, आज वो हमारा सरकार उनके माध्यम से लागू कर रही है। आप आए, आपने समय दिया, भविष्य में भी हम आपके ज्ञान का लाभ उठाते रहेंगे। बस आप इसी तरह आशीर्वाद बनाए रखें। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
प्रोफेसर गिरीश्वर मिश्रा जी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उनका स्वागत
हाँ
है।
सर, हाँ, unfortunately we lost the touch with him, but very soon I think he is going to join because he's our first speaker of the second session, so we have to wait for a while. Meanwhile, sir, you can summarize the first session in your words.
In fact, we had very enlightening deliberations on Buddha's teachings, centering on this theory and practice of Karuna. It is a symbiosis of both Pragya and Shila, the two being complementary to each other. Every scholar has made some innovative point which is worth noting and worth imbibing as well in one's own life. Lord Buddha always talked of Pratitya Samutpada, which apart from having its causal dimension, also has this dimension of reciprocity, mutuality, interconnectedness, interdependence, and this is what is needed in present times of crisis. And therefore, Buddha's message of Karuna is very much relevant, very much needful, and I hope that this is in fact, the crux of Indian culture. And this should be disseminated forcefully all over the world, so that there is peace and prosperity for the whole humanity, and there is a order also in the cosmos, because it is nature who is to be worshipped. Unfortunately, we have taken nature to be instrumental, something to be made use of, something to be exploited, something to be mastered over. This is human folly. Lord Buddha pointed out that this is a wrong approach. We have to worship nature, and we have to make best use of nature for universal wellness. So, with these words, I think we may invite Professor Girishwar Mishra ji to make
Yes, sir.
his presentation.
So now technically we are in the second session of second day of 3 days this international webinar. So let us start with this session. Let us now start the webinar with one of the most well-known scholar of our times, the former Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi Antarashtriya Hindi Vishwavidyalaya, Wardha. He was a Fulbright Fellow in the United States, a great academician, social scientist, psychologist, author of many books. In fact, in 2009, Madhya Pradesh government awarded a national award to Professor Girishwar Mishra. Professor Mishra, sir, it's over to you.
धन्यवाद। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। परम आदरणीय प्रोफेसर भट्ट और आज की इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित सभी विद्वानगण और जो श्रोता जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सबका हार्दिक अभिनंदन। मैं यह बहुत ही गंभीर रूप से कहना चाहता हूं कि अभी जिन वक्ताओं ने बौद्ध विचार परंपरा का विस्तार में विवेचन किया है, उसमें करुणा के विभिन्न पक्षों को लेकर के बात कही गई, और इस अवसर को उपस्थित करने के लिए हम सब आदरणीय भट्ट जी के प्रति कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करते हैं कि यह अवसर उन्होंने बनाया। करुणा का विचार बौद्ध चिंतन में केंद्रीय है, और यह एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण विषय इसलिए हो जाता है कि करुणा का आधार दूसरे के दुख को पहचानना और दूसरे के दुख को पहचान करके उसको दूर करने का उपाय करना है। मैं मनोविज्ञान का विद्यार्थी हूं। मैं अपनी सीमित बुद्धि के अनुसार करुणा के उन पक्षों की ओर ध्यान आकृष्ट करूंगा जो कि आधुनिक जीवन में बड़े महत्वपूर्ण हैं। कुछ वर्षों पूर्व एक बड़ी सुंदर पुस्तक एक अमेरिकी विद्वान ने लिखी, जिसका शीर्षक है द कर्स ऑफ सेल्फ। यह मनोवैज्ञानिक अध्ययनों के ऊपर निर्धारित चिंतन जो है, उसमें उसको बड़े गंभीरता से विश्लेषण करके उन्होंने यह बात रखी कि पश्चिम में सेल्फ का या आत्म का जो विचार है वह बड़ा सीमित है, और वह हमको एक ऐसे जीवन के लिए बाध्य कर रहा है जिसमें चिंताएं हैं, तनाव है, कुंठा है, और इसके साथ ही साथ हिंसा है। उन्होंने यह कहा कि आत्म का जो विचार है वह एक प्रकार का कर्स है, अभिशाप है, और वहां उनका जो आशय था वह यह था कि पश्चिमी चिंतन में जिस तरह से इंडिविजुअल सेल्फ को महत्व दिया गया है वह बहुत विनाशकारी परिणाम वाला है। यह एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण चिंता उन्होंने व्यक्त की। आज पूरे विश्व में हिंसा जिस तरह से बढ़ रही है, वह निजी जीवन में और सार्वजनिक जीवन में, अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भी आप सर्वत्र यह अनुभव करेंगे कि वह कहीं न कहीं हमारे स्वार्थ को ही प्रतिबिंबित करने वाला है। हिंसा का स्वार्थ से संबंध है, सीमित स्व से संबंध है। करुणा हमको इस सीमित स्व का विस्तार करती है, वह हमको मुक्त करती है, क्योंकि हम दूसरे की चिंता करते हैं और दूसरे की चिंता करते हुए किसी प्रकार की अपेक्षा हम नहीं करते। यहाँ पर यह भाव नहीं होता है कि हम दूसरे की मदद कर रहे हैं तो हमको उससे कुछ प्राप्त होगा। करुणा का जो विचार है वह हमको बौद्ध चिंतन के उपयोग के पक्ष को लेकर के अनेक मनोवैज्ञानिकों ने भी कार्य किया है। बड़ी सुंदर बात वहां है जो दिखती है कि प्रज्ञा और करुणा ये दो पंख हैं जिनके आधार पर मनुष्य जीवन की यात्रा करता है। और प्रज्ञा करुणा को और करुणा प्रज्ञा को दोनों एक दूसरे को प्रभावित करते हैं, दोनों एक दूसरे को आगे बढ़ाते हैं। प्रज्ञा का एक अर्थ यह भी लगाते हैं कि दूसरे के दुख को जानना, और वह हमको करुणा के लिए तैयार करने वाला कार्य हो जाता है। तो प्रज्ञा जो है वह करुणा का आधार है, और करुणा जो है जो कि हमारे स्व को खोलती है, ओपन करती है, और इसके आधार पर हम दूसरे के दुख को अनुभव करते हैं। सिंपैथी होती है, सिर्फ सिंपैथी नहीं होती है, अनुभूति ही मात्र करुणा नहीं है। हम दूसरे के कष्ट को देख करके कष्ट व्यक्त करें कि हम बड़े दुखी हैं, उस दुख को दूर करने का प्रयास करना भी करुणा का अंश है। तो यह एक महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष है बौद्ध चिंतन का, और यह करुणा सुन करके या अपने मित्र के लिए करुणा नहीं है, वह सबके लिए करुणा है, वह सबका समावेश करने वाली करुणा है। बुद्ध, धर्म और संघ, ये जो त्रिरत्न है उन सबका साधन है यह करुणा। के आधार पर हम यह संभव हो पाते हैं। हमारी जो अंदर संभावना मौजूद है, एक बीज जो मौजूद है बुद्धत्व का, उस बुद्धत्व का विस्तार करुणा के माध्यम से ही हो सकता है। और इस करुणा को किस तरह से विकसित किया जाए, इसके बारे में बातें बहुत सारी हो चुकी हैं, उनका विस्तार करने का समय नहीं है। लेकिन मैं यह कहना चाहूंगा कि यह जो करुणा का भाव है उसका बड़ा एक जैविक पक्ष भी है। मनुष्य का जीवन ही संभव नहीं है ये माता करुणा का भाव न रखे, हमारा जीवन संसार में चलेगा ही नहीं। विज्ञान में तो अटैचमेंट मदर और चाइल्ड का है, शिशु का और माता का, वह बहुत गंभीर विषय है विवेचन करने का। और लव का जो आधार है वह तो माता के गोद में बच्चा जो रहता है उस सुख से उसका निर्माण होता है। यहाँ तक कि पशुओं में भी यह पाया गया। बहुत सारे अध्ययनों में यह है कि यह जो प्रेम का भाव है, यह जो अटैचमेंट है वह मौजूद रहता है। कहने का आशय है हमारे स्वभाव में यह पहले से मौजूद है। पशु में इसका विकास अभी नहीं होता है, क्योंकि वहां पर इस प्रकार के प्रशिक्षण, कंपैशन के ट्रेनिंग, करुणा का किस तरह विस्तार हो इसका अवसर नहीं है। मनुष्य में यह संभावना बनती है। निर्वाण के मार्ग पर अगर कोई आगे बढ़ना चाहता है उसका आधार करुणा का विस्तार ही है। जो व्यक्ति निरंतर इसकी साधना करता है, जितने भी बोधिसत्व आप कह लीजिए, बुद्ध कह लीजिए, निर्माण के मार्ग पर अग्रसर जितने भी भिक्षु हैं, जो भी हैं, उन सबके जीवन में निरंतर करुणा का प्रसार होता है, उसका क्षेत्र व्यापक से व्यापकतर होता चला जाता है। आज हमारे सामने जो नैतिकता की समस्या आ रही है, जो तमाम तरह के भ्रष्टाचार की समस्या है, तरह तरह के हिंसा का जो प्रश्न है, वह सब हमारे सामने यह चिंता प्रस्तुत करता है कि उसका उपाय क्या है, उसका समाधान क्या है। और उसका समाधान यही है कि हम यह अनुभव करें, और मनोवैज्ञानिक चिंतन में और मनोवैज्ञानिक विशेष रूप से क्लिनिकल साइकोलॉजी में मैं कहूँगा कि वहां पर इसके बहुत सारे प्रयोग हुए हैं। तिब्बती बौद्ध पद्धति में भी इस प्रकार का है, चीन और जापान में भी इस प्रकार का चिंतन है कि पहले आप सेल्फ कंपैशन, अपने आप के दुख को आप समझिए, उसके बाद दूसरे के दुख की ओर आप आगे बढ़े, फिर इसका क्रमशः आगे विस्तार करें। और ये
मंगला जी
का मेडिटेशन का भी विचार जो है वो आया है, इसमें कंपैशन को मेडिटेशन का आधार बनाया गया है कि आप यह सोचें कि दूसरे के दुख को आप ग्रहण कर रहे हैं और आप दूसरे को प्रेम दे रहे हैं, करुणा दे रहे हैं। यह जो भाव है, और निरंतर इस तरह का अभ्यास करने से व्यक्ति में स्वस्थ भाव उपजेंगे, उनका विस्तार होगा, और एक व्यक्ति दूसरे व्यक्ति से, एक समुदाय दूसरे समुदाय तक, अध्यापक विद्यार्थी के बीच, कार्यस्थल में, सर्वत्र यदि यह भावना आती है, इस प्रकार का करुणा मेडिटेशन अगर होता है, करुणा पूर्ण ध्यान अगर होता है, तो उसके सकारात्मक परिणाम पाए गए हैं। इतना ही नहीं है, बहुत सारे ऐसे अध्ययन हुए हैं जिसमें इस प्रकार के ध्यान की अवस्था में सतत रहने के परिणाम स्वरूप मस्तिष्क की संरचना में भी परिवर्तन हुआ है। विस्कॉन्सिन विश्वविद्यालय में इस प्रकार के प्रयोग हुए हैं, और हिज होलीनेस दलाई लामा कल जो हम लोगों के बीच में उपस्थित भी हुए थे, उनके निर्देशन में बहुत सारे लोग मिल करके इस प्रकार का कार्य कर भी रहे हैं, और बहुत सारे न्यूरो साइंटिस्ट भी कार्य कर रहे हैं। और मुझे स्मरण है, मैंने उनसे मुलाकात भी की थी, उन्होंने उन पर परिणाम भी दिखलाए थे कि किस प्रकार मस्तिष्क की संरचना में परिवर्तन आ जाता है यदि इस प्रकार के ध्यान में कोई व्यक्ति प्रवृत्त होता है। तो उन्होंने तो 10,000 घंटे जो मेडिटेशन इस प्रकार के करने वाले भिक्षु हैं, उनके मस्तिष्क की संरचना में होने वाले बदलावों का अध्ययन किया है। रिचर्डसन नाम है उन मनोवैज्ञानिक का। कहने का अर्थ यह है कि यदि हमारी भावना इस प्रकार की होती है, इस प्रकार का परिवर्तन हम अपने आचरण में, व्यवहार में ला पाते, हमारी प्रकृति में, हमारे स्वभाव में बदलाव आ सकता है। मैं सिर्फ यह इंगित करना चाहता हूं कि करुणा का जो विचार है, वह चाहे शिक्षा का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे राजनीति का क्षेत्र हो, चाहे कर्मस्थल हो, हर जगह उसका स्थान होना चाहिए। और जब तक यह करुणा का भाव नहीं होगा, तब तक हम दूसरे के प्रति सेल्फ सेंट्रिक, आपसे और थोड़ा कहें स्वार्थ बुद्धि से ही आप आचरण करेंगे। करुणा जो है इस स्वार्थ बुद्धि से आपको मुक्त करती है। समाज का जीवन तभी चलेगा जब स्वार्थ बुद्धि से हम परे बढ़ेंगे। और यह बड़ा गंभीर चुनौती के रूप में हमारे पूरे विश्व में चारों ओर यह व्याप्त हो रहा है। इस प्रश्न का उत्तर करुणा में ही प्राप्त होता है। बुद्ध चिंतन इस तरह के विचारों से भरा हुआ है। उनके विभिन्न पक्षों के ऊपर विद्वानों ने इतनी सुंदर बातें इतने विस्तार में कही हैं। मैं सिर्फ यह कहना चाहता हूं, यह केवल शास्त्र में या पुस्तक में लिखी हुई बात नहीं है। अब यह अनुभव में आ रहा है कि इसका उपयोग किया जाए, और केवल चर्चा की ही बात नहीं है, इसको व्यवहार और आचरण में कैसे ले आया जाए, इसकी पद्धति का विस्तार करना अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है, आवश्यक है, यदि हम जीवन की रक्षा करना चाहते हैं। बड़ी अच्छी एक पुस्तक दलाई लामा जी की ही है, बियॉन्ड रिलीजन, कि इस तरह का नैतिकता का एक सिद्धांत बनता है जो मानव स्वभाव के नैसर्गिक स्वरूप पर निर्भर है, जहां पर करुणा ही परस्पर संबंध को स्थापित करती है, और उसी के आधार पर हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो नैतिकता का ऐसा मानदंड भी इससे निकलता है जो किसी धर्म विशेष में नहीं है। हम सेकुलर का अनुवाद पंथ निरपेक्ष करेंगे, धर्म निरपेक्ष नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि वह तो गलत है। तो इस तरह की अवधारणा जो है वह करुणा के आधार पर बन सकती है, जिसमें सभी संप्रदाय के लोग, सभी विश्वासों के लोग अपना अवसर पाते हैं। यह हमारे लिए बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण अवसर है जब करुणा के ऊपर हम चिंतन कर रहे हैं। मैं इतना ही कह करके अपनी बात यहाँ समाप्त करूंगा, क्योंकि मैं देख रहा हूँ कि समय के बड़े पाबंद हैं आचार्य भट्ट। मैं उन्हें प्रणाम करता हूँ और मैं अपनी बात यहीं पर समाप्त करूंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर मिश्र जी, आपका बड़ा ही विद्वत्तापूर्ण और इसके अलावा भी लाभप्रद उद्बोधन रहा। आपने प्रज्ञा के सही स्वरूप को बतलाया कि प्रज्ञा जो है वह मात्र सत्य का ज्ञान ही नहीं, करुणा का किस प्रकार से हम जीवन में उसको उतारें, वह भी प्रज्ञा का एक अंश होता है। तो प्रज्ञा का महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष जो है वह करुणा है, और यह करुणा जो है यह सर्वजन अनुकंपा के रूप में होती है, कि किसी एक वर्ग के लिए नहीं। जैसे कि सूर्य का प्रकाश जो है वह सबके लिए है, उसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई जो है भेदभाव, दुराव, छिपाव नहीं होता। आपने इस सेल्फ इज ए कर्स, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात बतलाई। दोस्तों ये नेरो सेल्फ जो है, ये इगोइस्टिक सेल्फ है, यही सारे जो दुर्गुण हैं या सारे जो आपदाएं हैं उसका मूल है। तो इस अहं का विदीर्ण होना, अहं का हम तो कहेंगे विस्तार हो जाना, अहं को सर्वम में परिवर्तित हो जाना, यह ही एक उचित मार्ग है। और इस मार्ग को बुद्ध ने तो बतलाया है, आवश्यकता है कि उस मार्ग के ऊपर अधिक ध्यान दें और उस मार्ग का अनुसरण करें, ताकि जो है विश्व में शांति हो, विश्व में दुख का निवारण हो। और जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी कहा, निर्वाणम शांतम भी हो, निर्वाणम परमम सुखम भी हो, और उस निर्वाण की अनुभूति, क्योंकि आपने अनुभूति पर काफी जोर दिया है, वह सबको प्राप्त हो। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपका बहुत ही ज्ञानप्रद उद्बोधन रहा। ओवर टू कुशलेन जी नाउ।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर गिरीश्वर मिश्र सर, जिस सुंदर तरीके से आपने चीजों को व्याख्यायित किया वो अपने आप में दुर्लभ है। समय के पाबंद होते हुए आपने सारी चीजों को एक माला में पिरोकर हमको प्रस्तुत किया, इसके लिए हम बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं आपका। और जिस प्रकार से आपने इस बात का उद्बोधन किया कि अनुभूति, तो जो मेरा अपना निजी विचार है उसके माध्यम से मैं कह सकता हूं कि जो बौद्ध धर्म है वो अनुभव का ही धर्म है, और इसके माध्यम से ही चीजें आगे बढ़ी हैं। और एक बात मैं यहाँ पर कहकर आपको और धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करूंगा, क्योंकि मानव अपनी सभ्यता के शुरुआत से या प्रारंभ से आज तक अनगिनत लड़ाइयां लड़ चुका है। अहिंसा ही अहिंसा रही है, लेकिन लड़ाई से कोई समाधान नहीं निकलता जब तक करुणा से हम उस चीज को आगे ना बढ़ाएं। तो इसी के साथ में अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूं, आपको धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपने समय निकाला, हमारे साथ जुड़े। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
ये मोहनता जी अवेलेबल है? प्रोफेसर मोहनता?
नहीं सर, वो अवेलेबल नहीं थे, नया टीम उनके साथ कांटेक्ट कर रही है। जब तक हमारे पास जो अवेलेबल पर्सन है उनके थ्रू आगे बढ़ सकते हैं, अगर आपकी इजाजत है तो।
ये सुधा सेन गुप्ता जी,
सर हाँ, टीम कांटेक्ट कर रही है उनको।
अच्छा ठीक है, तो फिर मंगला चिंचोले जी है।
हाँ, मंगला मैम ने अभी हमें ज्वाइन किया है। So now we have another guest, a very dynamic personality in the philosophy world, and she has written numerous books, numerous articles, and I welcome Professor Mangala Chinchore ma'am. Ma'am, over to you. A very warm welcome.
Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me a chance. Thankful to Pune University for making this studio available to me and give my presentation. I am going to present 3 important points. First, conception of Karuna or a kind of anukampa is there in Indian philosophical traditions, which is shared by Buddhism. But there is a marked difference between Buddhism and other Indian philosophical conceptions of Buddhism.
We welcome Professor Mohanta also. Welcome.
Yes, namaskar.
Namaskar. Yeah, Mangala ji can continue.
There are 3 points. First, origin of Karuna in Indian philosophical traditions in particular, and Indian civilization and cultures in general. If at all we go through, we find that Buddhism has given a unique concept. On the one hand, traditions advocate that Sukhna Santu, Sarve Santu Niramaya. But when the question comes, in practice, at least from Brahmanical traditions, we find that there is Pashuhatya prohibited and also needed for the peace and progress of entire humanity. That is what justification is given by Mimamsakas as well. But they are also saying after some time that Mimamsakas later on were required to change the entire conception of the daya or anukampa because of the impact of Buddhism. It is later on they were substituting Pashuhatya to make animals and sacrificing in the sacred fire for the entire progress and peace of humanity. But peace and progress can be based on sacrifice of animals. They do have their own consciousness in life.
My apologies for interrupting. May I request Professor S.R.Bhatt, Dr. Kaushlendra Singh and D.K. Mohanta sir to put their mics in mute so we can hear ma'am clearly.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I continue?
Yeah, continue.
Yes, ma'am, please.
Trying to mute my mic.
So Vedic traditions on the one hand, against it in Shramanic traditions we find first Jainas have gone against the sacrifice and non-violence which was there, and they violence which was there against creatures, animals, and hence Jainism advocates non-violence, ahimsa, in the extreme form. Another extreme form is seen in Jainism. Buddha is trying to make a via media rejecting both. And he is saying that Bahujana Hitaya, Bahujana Sukhaya, Lokanukampaya. So Anukampa should be there. That is what is being insisted by the Buddha. Now, here the question may be raised that can Jainism and also Brahmanical traditions be held as important in contributing the concept of Anukampa and Karuna to Indian civilization and philosophical traditions? If such question is asked, we find that no, because Buddha is talking about Karuna, not in agent-centric framework of Brahmanical traditions as well as Jaina tradition. In both the traditions, action is analyzed, explained in terms of agent-centric framework. Buddha is saying that no, we will have to explain suffering as an event or happening, and Karuna is towards sufferer or sufferings of somebody. Who is suffering, whom we are giving Karuna or trying to help, these are the things which are totally irrelevant. So it is not agent-centric framework of understanding Karuna for violence, the kind of non-violence which was going on, and violence also was there. But Buddha is trying to put suffering of all the living world. So it is living world and not only human world that is at stake. And this is what we find from the conception of dukkha which Buddha has brought out. And in the framework of dukkha, at various times we come across, or in various contexts we come across Karuna. First, Buddha himself came across 4 important occasions in which he has seen people suffering. And on the basis of that, he was moved. So it is the emotional impetus which was provided by those occasions, and where Karuna was emerged. So emergence of Karuna and the need of Karuna and the rationale of Karuna has roots in Buddha's own cognition and understanding of suffering itself. This is first point which is there. Secondly, when we talk about, it is essential that if at all somebody is suffering, whether it is human or non-human, that is animals and other creatures which are living, if at all we ask the question that then isn't it that we are required to make anybody and everybody whosoever is a sentient being to be free from suffering? Buddha is saying that that is possible only when you are trying to make them understand the meaning of their entire life and reality. In that case, you will have to understand that Ashtangika Marga regulates by Samyakatva the concept of Anukampa and Karuna. In the initial stages, Karuna word is very rarely used, but it is not that it is not used, but it is used rarely. Anukampa is much more seen in the early Buddhist literature, which later on is shifted exclusively by Mahayana tradition to Karuna only. There are reasons for it. I will come to it a little bit later. Now coming to the important point, Karuna to whom who are helpless, who need it, and who are required to give some psychological support to strengthen them, understand their own nature. It is the predicament in which you are living. It is the occasion, incidence which has occurred and which is not so much enduring or eternal and permanent. So be prepared to experience odd, but you can overcome it. The psychological support is given by only when you share somebody else's suffering and understand his emotional state of existence, then only you can make him to overcome that temporary problem and look at life as it is. Thirdly, we find that with reference to Arhat, if at all Arhat has to understand the nature of ultimate truth or Bodhi, then Parami and 6 Paramis at an early stage given by the Buddhist literature, in which surprisingly we don't come across Karuna, then a question arises, then how can we talk about Karuna or Anukampa with reference to early Buddhism? There are two important considerations. In the Samyak Karmanta, we find Anukampa and Karuna is the basis of it. Only when we don't do harm to anybody else, then only it will be Samyak. So Samyakatva is governed by the conception of morality, is governed by humanity. Human psychology is the basis of Buddhist ethics. That is uniqueness of Buddhism. Then in the case of just as Parami and Angika Marga, it is there. Similarly, we find reference to Karuna in the context of the kind of dana which is to be given by the arhat. So it is in the sense of negative, that you have to give, sacrifice something. And here there is a bodhisattva, but it is arhat is trying to sacrifice is whatever is given with the help of it, what is to be attained. So it is give and take on personal level. It is the egoistic conception of Karuna in early Buddhism which is being advocated. But in contrast to this, when we shift to slowly Sanskrit as well as Sanskrit Sutra literature, we find surprisingly that Karuna slowly has become a predominant concept. And there, very many times we come to know from the available literature.
Ma'am, kindly conclude, ma'am. We are running out of time. Please, ma'am, request.
I'm looking after, it is only the...
Ma'am, you taken the 16 to 17 minutes.
And we have many speakers also now. Kindly.
Then second, I will go to next point.
Yeah.
There is a rationale behind various conceptions and changing phases of the interpretation of Karuna, in which I have been Bodhisattva having the conception of Bodhisattva's need and necessity of psychological as well as social sharing with others. So Buddhist conception of Karuna is based on just as psychology, so too social justice is there, which has contributed very nicely in the entire philosophical disciplines or various subjects. And we find justice, equality, loving kindness, and it is in two sense, as a kind of means as well as method. In both the senses it is being used. And my last point was that it has created impact on not only within India, but entire world at large. There we find that no one else but only Buddha is being considered as avatar. Why so? If such question is asked, it is because of the conception of Karuna, which is, according to later tradition, is embedded and connected inalienably with Prajna. And hence Prajna and Karuna together can be used for the benefit, for using human psychological powers and potentialities as well as rational potentialities, and they will be helpful for not only oneself but for world at large. That was the third point. And this is why we find Vishnu Avatar, when they come to be mentioned, Buddha Avatar is amongst them. Now, within the fold of India, let me first go. We find that Vaishnava tradition entirely is based on Buddha's Karuna. Secondly, all the same traditions of India, especially Maharashtra, Tukaram, Ramdas, Jnaneshwar, they are often having various works based on Karuna. One point which I have forgotten in between, that just as we have Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, so too in Chinese, since original Sanskrit is lost. In Chinese, we have Karuna Pundarika Sutra, where they are giving how to connect human beings. All the techniques are given, which is also stronghold and used by others. And we find Shantar, Bodhicharyavatara, Shiksha Samuchay, all are explaining in that light. Or Abhidharma Samuchay and Abhidharma, Abhisamaya Alankar, they are also using Karuna as the main consideration. And this has also influenced Vivekananda, because Vivekananda has specifically said that Buddha's Karuna is the one which can connect all the human beings of various stratas. Even though there are differences, they can be connected by Karuna. Gangadhar
I think you may now please conclude.
Yeah. And Christianity, in Christianity, that it is the religious aspect of using conversion, Karuna is being used by them, which is learned from Buddhism.
No, but they are misusing it. Thank you very much.
Misusing it. That is true.
Anyway,
but it is being used, and references are available.
We thank you very much for your very erudite presentation. You have very rightly pointed out that from Samyak Karmanta, we have the flow of Karuna, and we have a tremendous impact on Lord Buddha, his teachings in Indian literature. In every part of our country, we have borrowing from Lord Buddha. Vivekananda is also one of them. Anyway, we thank you very much for sparing your precious time.
Thank you very much, sir. You have invited me and given me a chance to present my views.
Okay, into question, now.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am, for your time. I would like to request you, Mangala ma'am, please mute your mic. I would like to call our next speaker, a very dynamic.
Professor Mohanta is there. Yeah.
I know, sir. Dynamic, diligent, and dedicated. He's a man of wisdom, a renowned scholar, author of so many outstanding books. He was awarded Fulbright Nehru Visiting Lecturer Fellowship. I welcome Professor D.K. Mohanta, sir. Sir, over to you.
And time
Namaskar.
15 minutes only.
Whatever that is, Buddhist believes time is not eternal. We are temporary. So all our judgments are also temporary.
But sir, we are in a samsaric world.
Yes, we are very grateful to. I'm very grateful to the organizers, especially Professor Bhatt, who can never be tired of organizing such academic, interactions. I consider him to be a living institution. He's not only a person, he's an institution. And yesterday he made a very beautiful remark that we have a lofty philosophy, very nice ideals. Only our people do not follow it. Especially those who are ruling the country, they are not very much attracted to this in practice, and here lies the problems. I 100% agree with him. Still, we academics, what we can do with this such type of our interaction, at least we can create some awareness. Unless philosophy is practiced, then philosophy has no value. And you see, Buddhism was almost lost in India. And during these last few years, the tireless effort from ICPR, led by Professor Bhatt and others, now in Western countries also, people are now interested to do some works, try to see in academics also how Indian philosophy can contribute. So we are very grateful to you, sir. I shall not take much time. Only I shall try to present a text-based, as far as possible in brief, presentations on Karuna. Apart from the first historical prophet, Buddha was the finest characters in history. Buddha taught us to love men. Now we see the world is wild with a delirium of hatred, unceasing anguish. rampant consumerism, and outburst of greed. In this situation, Rabindranath Tagore asks for refusing to Buddha's immeasurable mercy to weep away all dark strains from the heart of this earth. I propose to give a text-based idea of compassion. Karuna is one of the highest values. I shall confine myself to Buddha Gosha's Vishuddhi Magga and Bhadanta Anuruddha's Namo Rupa Paricheda, and if time permits, then only some idea of Mahakaruna from Nagarjuna's Raja Purikatha Ratnamala, Chandrakirti's Madhyamaka Avatara, and another Tibetan philosopher, Gurampa Sunam Senghe, Madhyamaka, the meaning of Madhyamaka. Values refers to things we aim towards. Loving kindness, that is metta in Pali and Maitri in Sanskrit, compassion, karuna, empathetic joy, mudita, and equanimity, are the four key values according to Buddha's teaching. I do not agree to call it Buddhism, rather it is Shraddharma. There is no ism. These values become meaningful only in practice. They are called, that's why, bhavana, not bhavo. It is, unless you practice it, it is meaningless. Early Buddhist texts describe the nature of these four Brahma Vihara. Vishuddhi Magga of Buddha Gosha and Namarupa Paricheda of Anuruddha are two texts that deal in detail about these highest values taught by Buddha. I do not know whether this Namarupa Paricheda has been translated into any of the Indian languages. In 1913 and 1914, PTS journal published it. I used only the Pali versions, but it's a very important text. Almost 1,000 verses are devoted to these areas. I shall deal with the Karuna today. In Pali, Ka stands for happiness, Sukha. Etymologically, Karuna means, Karunaddati iti karana, a meditational practice which shapes our mental attitude in order to shut all ways of self-happiness for the sake of happiness of others, in the aspiration that all creatures be free from fear and suffering. It is more than the feeling of pity for others. Wrongly, it has been translated as pity. It is the strong mental determination to eradicate the sufferings of others. Anuruddha, in Namarupa Parichada, especially there are few verses, almost 40 verses are there, says, I'm quoting one, Ichebam anukampata sabbe saktapi sabbata sabba dukkha samudgatam patathena kurunayati. It means always be compassionate to all creatures, always be ready to eradicate sufferings of all, and in this way, realizing suffering of all, be compassionate to all. Why? There is a reason too. It is considered as an antidote to cruelty, and its near enemy is contemplation. We can meaningfully understand others' sufferings if and only if we ourselves actually suffer, and the actual action we can undertake as commitments to remove other sufferings as if it is our own. To use the language of modern philosophy of mind, it is the extension of first-person consciousness to others. A compassionate person cannot remain indifferent to sorrows and sufferings of others. This is the inner link from metta bhavna, loving kindness, to karuna, compassion. It enables us to develop reverence for all and eradicate bihingsha. Bihingsha is a very important word in Pali, the ability to become violent. It acts as a guiding value towards a comparatively less violent, less consuming, less harmful, and more fulfilling way of life. The Shraddharma of Buddha warns us against doing any harm to any sentient life, be it in human sphere, loka, or in animal sphere, or in plant sphere of existence, whatever. Since All have an interdependent and conditional existence. So by doing harm to others, we do harm to ourselves. Any kind of cruelty is inconsistent with the developing of compassion. If you are compassionate to anybody, it would become impossible to strike or hurt that body by any means. Siddhartha Gautama's compassion in childhood to a swan wounded by the arrows of Devadatta is often cited as an example here. Yesterday, one monk also referred to this. As a result of developing compassion, agonies and worries may be reduced, pollutions, impediments may be minimized. In simple language, it may be described as the wish to eradicate both suffering and the causal conditions of suffering for all. Its practice leads to the removal of orati, that means aversion, jealousy, and kindred states. The roots of unreached states are greed, hatred, and delusion, lubha, dosha, and moha. And that is why these are called akushala mula. When a person is controlled by any of these three, then that person does violence, steals, makes adulteration, speaks untrue, and makes others to do similar non-righteous acts. This causes suffering for that person as well as for others. Vishuddhamagga prescribes the sequence of developing meditation on compassion. In this sequence, dwelling of mind on an unfortunate one comes first, and then near one, and then neutral one, and lastly, very difficult, a hostile one should come to respectively. There's a gradual progressions in practice. When we cultivate reverence and compassion for all sentient beings, we earnestly try our best not to harm anybody. From these, we acquire power over time and space so that all sentient beings in the future may be comparatively enjoy more security and freedom, and as a result, we would become free from oppression and injustice. Cultivation of compassionate thought and action can enable us to prevent further suffering. It gives us a more holistic vision, as correctly said by Prof.S.R.Bhatt yesterday, that sees the survival of all in spite of many varieties of ways of living. It also enables us to confront our selfishness with courage and commitment. It is compared to mother's wishes for the recovery of her only child from sickness. Ordinary compassion arises through a sympathetic response to the suffering of others, and therefore its function is limited to the present time frame. But the great compassion, Mahakaruna, that arises after enlightenment is boundless and can greatly save and help countless beings. It is an antidote to hostile attitude and is a kind of emotional fine-tuning for production of a better society. Both IQ, intelligent quotient, and EQ, emotional quotient, both are important here. Since our mental determinations control our actions, it is our foremost duty to control over our mind. Nagarjuna, in a Raja Purikatha Ratnamala, speaks highly about compassion. Buddha's compassion transcends all kind of conceptualization. So it is called Lokottara. This compassionate Buddha is in the service of all creatures. This Mahakaruna of Nagarjuna flows from the realization of Shunyata, is not only exhausted by merely crying with another's weeping. It goes to the extent of the realization of Bodhisattva, who is prepared to sacrifice himself and even his nirvana or enlightened for the sake of the sufferings of humanity. Both Atarja Bhajananath Shil and Swami Vivekananda were much influenced by Buddha's this Bodhisattva ideal, Karunic Buddha. It is for altruistic its nature. It is done on account of compassion for all living beings. For Nagarjuna, Mahakaruna is the skillful tool, Upaya Kausala, with Pragga. for transcending the limitations of analytical thinking and realizing Bodhi of reality as such. It is in short called Jnana Sambhara Marga, for reaching profound wisdom. One meditation is on making ourselves equal with others. In this way, we recognize that which is the same in all of us, being human, feeling suffering, and we all want to find happiness and avoid suffering. This exercise seems to be playing on what Western social scientists have identified as similarity nowadays. If we can identify with other situations and we feel similar to them, we are more likely to feel sympathy. Likewise, this meditation encourages one to see what is similar to everyone. Compassion is an inspiration, a state of mind, wanting others to be free from suffering. It is not passive. It is not empathy alone, but rather an empathetic altruism that actively strives to free others from sufferings. It must have both wisdom and loving kindness. It is a part of the spiritual path of Buddhist philosophic way of life. It is a positive moral force that was also pointed out by Prof.S.R.Bhatt in his address yesterday. And now a little bit, about Chandrakirti. Chandrakirti, a couple of minutes only. Chandrakirti emphasizes on compassion over everything else. Why? Because it is the fundamental quality that allows for the existence of Bodhisattvas, who in turn become Buddhas. The compassion that Chandrakirti invokes is something very specific. It is not simply caring for others or cultivating sympathy for a few select people. It is universal compassion toward all sentient beings without exception. In Tibetan Buddhism, this compassion is cultivated through Maitri, loving kindness, in which practitioners begin by imagining how they feel toward a loved one, then turning it towards themselves, and then strangers, and then enemies, and finally toward all beings. Gurampa Sonam Senge, a Tibetan
webinar. After 1 hour, you can talk.
Compares this great compassion with parents' desire to save their child, to alleviate their child's sufferings, would be an overwhelming, all-consuming feeling. Now imagine having this feeling all the time about everyone. This is the universal compassion of Mahajana tradition. And I want to repeat what His Holiness Dalai Lama in his address yesterday said. This is the first lesson for any students in Buddhist philosophy, that is pariksha madvacha gracham bhikshave natu gauravat. So Buddha was the first analyst to analyze whatever is said even by Buddha. Buddha asked his disciple not to accept it just out of sheer reverence and faith, but examine it, connect it.
Hello?
Here lies the thinking, and this logical analysis is the basis of the mother of scientific inventions. So what to do? This science is not enough for the survival of humanity. That is why with science we are to link our tradition, that is our culture, which is embedded with high moral values. So if you accept only one-sided science, so Buddhist philosophy is not against science. It is not backdated. It is very advanced. It is very relevant even for today. Even at the midst of all consumeristic outburst in our life, everywhere the survival of humanity in question of man-nature relation also. Therefore, science is to be linked with those values. Then this value, this all-compassing value is Brahma Vihara, Bhavana, that is Mahakaruna and Mahakaruna. This is all my submission. Thank you so much again. I'm grateful. Namaskar to each and everybody.
Thank you, Professor Mohanta. You have very elaborately delineated upon this concept of Karuna or Mahakaruna, both in Theravada tradition and also in the Mahayana tradition. You have brought into our discussion the Vishuddhi Magga and also Nama Rupa Paricheda, which are very important texts of early Buddhism. And also Nagarjuna and Chandrakirti are very important thinkers in the Buddhist tradition. We are really thankful to you. You rightly pointed out Buddhism is not an ism. In fact, better word is it is Saddha Dharma. We have a text called Saddha Dharma Pundarika. Saddharma Pundarika is a right way of knowing and living, and it is a very crystal clear, full, bereft of all defilements. So Pundarika stands for white lotus. White means all virtues, no vices. So thank you very much for this. Now over to Kaushlendraji.
Thank you so much, sir.
I tried to unmute my mic.
No, sir, no need to unmute. But kindly silent your mobile. Thank you so much, DK Mohanta, sir. Very wisely and beautifully you covered the Buddhism, the Mahakaruna throughout the Buddhism, and you mentioned very beautifully that how Acharya Nagarjuna and Acharya Chandrakirti see Mahakaruna in their life and has written in their text. So thank you so much, sir, for your time that you joined us. And I request to Professor Girishwar Mishra, sir, kindly mute your mic, sir. Now, we have our another guest, a very young and dynamic scholar of Buddhism, a being of high capabilities and capacities. I welcome Dr. Dipen Barua from Hong Kong University. Dr. Dipen Barua, over to you. Mishra, sir, kindly switch off your mic, please. Mute your mic. Mishra, sir.
Good evening to all of you. It's indeed a great honor for me to be here with you all, especially when I saw the face of Professor Mangala Chingchore, because she was my professor, while I was pursuing my master's in Pune University. So I'm very much connected to Indian tradition, though I am from Bangladesh, but I studied in Calcutta, Calcutta University and Pune. So in that way, I am very much connected to all of you, though I don't know others, but I saw my professor Mangala Chingchore. So now let me give very respect to Professor S.R. Bhatt, though I am very much new to his name. Recently, when he gave a speech in the Dipen Barua's one of the lectures recently had in Calcutta. That time I listened to him and I was enlightened, and especially thanks to Professor Saswati Mutsuddy for encouraging me to join this program, and I am thankful to the organizer. So today I am going to talk about, I have prepared my slides here. Of course, I have not show, I have not share, but I'm talking compassion, so-called Karuna, from different perspective, particularly in modern context. In that sense, I have prepared my presentation on mutual coexistence. Mutual coexistence, Buddha's advice for social harmony. How can you apply this compassion, so-called Karuna, in today's context? In that sense, I expect to discuss mutual coexistence from early Buddhist perspective, particularly from Nikaya Buddhism. I think this is my field, and I'll try to give some of the evidence or sources from the text. And in that way, I have prepared the questions that I will address in this presentation. It's about how various Buddhist principles and practices can be applied and as traits for self-development in a practical manner that promotes harmony in our society. So before that, you need to understand that Buddha, of course, always in the text, we find that Buddha always said his teaching is for elimination of suffering. Always, he has quoted this kind of things. I teach for the elimination of suffering. This is one of the Buddha's important teaching. So suffering in that sense, in modern context, people say that a kind of unsatisfactoriness. Not only suffering, unsatisfactoriness. Unsatisfactoriness in what sense? In psychological sense, you could say in one way, and the other way, of course, in the modern context, maybe ethical aspect also, you could say this unsatisfactoriness. From Buddhist point of view, unsatisfactoriness exists among uninstructed worldly people, so-called uninstructed worldly people who have not been yet trained in Buddha's teaching, regardless of status and social position. Uninstructed worldly people have always perception and conception in and from the rigid figures of personal wealth. They regard them as eternal, independent, and substantial parts of so-called ego or I, in broader sense, of course, within themselves. This attached to or clinging to the subsequently drives them to acquire sensational gratification in them, like fame and fortune, as segments of their immuted self with this human ignorance. So-called avidya or avidya in Sanskrit, worldly people's afflicted mental states compel them to regard every single chance for political expansion and development as a realistic yet ceaseless approach to desire for self-protection. Regrettably, all these things with imperfect and limited nature cannot bring us with genuine sense of peace and happiness, but endless bondage of suffering, rooted in their transitory phenomena and insecure existence. Nevertheless, within this worldly existence, so-called worldly existence or uninstructed people in this world, how do you collectively maintain a mutual
For interrupting in between, may I request Professor Mishra to mute his mic? It's causing a lot of disturbance. Speaker.
Mutually supportive existential world, we could say in the mutually supportive existential world, common people are guided by leaders. In today's context, leaders both in government and outside of it. In Buddhist text, have long been concerned with leadership because leaders always exist in the context of community. Okay, the community, so-called Sangha in Pali, Sangha, was therefore preoccupied from its earliest day with the various kinds of leadership that Buddhism touches, from the Sangha, that means community, to household and villages, and obviously at the governmental level. Right. In instructions or pronouncements on society, politics, and economics are found in some of the early Buddhist scriptures, including the Mahahamsa Jataka. According to this Jataka, so-called Mahahamsa Jataka, a leader should be responsible, honest, and willing to make sacrifices needed. These qualities are further described as tenfold virtue, so-called tenfold virtue, as also known as tenfold royal virtue, that's a Raja Dhamma, so-called generosity, morality, self-sacrifice, honesty, gentleness, self-control, non-anger, non-violence, forbearance, and uprightness. So in this context, I will particularly focus on the economics inequalities. In economics inequalities, how can you be compassionate to the people, needy people, particularly in modern context? In the Digha Nikaya, so-called, there is a sutta, Chakravarti Sihanada Sutta. The Buddha is said to have taught about the economic inequalities that divided the world into rich and poor. And the sutta identifies the basic problem of a state as food supply, which needs to be solved first of all, and subsequent problems can be addressed. The Buddha explained the morality of this story. I quote here: from not giving up property to the needy, poverty become extensive. From the growth of poverty, the taking of what was not given increased. From the increase of theft, the use of weapons increased. From the increased use of weapons, the taking of life increased. And from the increase in the taking of life, people's life expectancy decreased and their beauty decreased, unquote. Then, from this perspective, now I come to Professor D.K. Mohanta has already talked about this, Brahma Vihara, so-called cultivation of 4 subliminal moods. In this, out of 4, there is one content is compassion or karuna. So how can you apply these things in the modern context, in this inequality, economic inequalities context? To foster harmony in society with the psychological attitude, including to peace, we can analyze 4 cardinal states of our thoughts, called the subliminal moods, namely loving kindness, metta, compassion, karuna, sympathetic joy, mudita, and equanimity, upekha or upeksha. And according to the Buddha, these 4 moods are regarded as the highest condition for individuals and social well-being. According to the Buddhist teaching, loving kindness is positive state of mind, constantly prominent when people are exhibiting endless consideration and impartial concern, but not discriminatory and unhappy. I think here in this sense, you have to emphasize on compassion is not good. It's not alone. We have to incorporate other Buddhist teachings as well, including loving kindness, metta, and upeksha. When we will not talk about these things, I think sometimes we are going a little bit against the kind of preferred so-called core Buddhist teaching. In that sense, loving kindness is very important because people who have compassionate mind, they should have loving kindness, they should have equanimity, joy, all these things. Of course, people are practicing, particularly in psychological aspects, they are practicing in that way. But in society too, we have to have this kind of a mental attitude that we should have loving kindness in positive state way that constantly prominent in our daily life. Then another connected feature is compassion, which is I saw in the poster they have translated is universal compassion, and not only compassion but universal compassion. All right. And I really appreciate this term, universal compassion. They have connected all people, regardless of poor. All people here, all sentient beings. Okay, which is always this universal compassion is always displayed at times of unfortunateness or misery. All the national leaders, in contemporary aspects, all the national leaders should need to learn how decentralized the social structure, as reflected in one of the suttas in Kuttadanta Sutta. Okay, according to the Kuttadanta Sutta, the valuable advice directed towards King Mahavijita, right, with abundant resources suggested by Brahman Kuttadanta, his minister. Mahavijita's minister. His name is Kuttadanta. He says is that happiness among internal citizens in the society can be attained by supplying them with welfare, like food for farmers and capital for traders as their basic needs. So these are the main things that I think you have to do in modern context, that who are farmer or who are poor people, food supply is the first thing. All right. This is the kind of compassionate mind should develop. Who are leaders, especially who are in the leaders in the state, like minister, prime minister, etc. and they should provide the capital for the traders, for the benefit of the society. And for the component of sympathetic joy, so-called
Dr. Barua, kindly conclude that we are.
All right, in 1 minute. Yeah, sympathetic joy refers to show rejoicing in others' happiness and to feel happy with them. One should always share both the happiness instead of jealousy towards endeavor, reputation, and success of others. Then finally, I come to equanimity, so-called upekha, which is also important part in the 4 subliminal moods. That equanimity that is imagined extraordinary practice, which is in the contemporary world. Although such character of practice is usually prevalent among arahants, particularly among arahants, who completely abandon all eliminated all unwholesome factors. One can still apply to conventional human behavior as a direct opposite toward prejudice and discriminations. I conclude here with 2 stanzas from Dhammapada. One is bad words, blaming others, arrogant words, humiliating others. From this behavior come hatred and resentment, hence conflict arise, or unsatisfactoriness suffering arise, rendering in people malicious thought. Then the Buddha in the other way say, the one who dwells in compassion would not have a conflictual volition. The one who dwells in loving kindness would always act most appropriately. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to talk in front of especially Professor Bhatt. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Barua. You have very elaborately and I think scholarly delineated on Buddhist approach to structure of a society, social order, compassionate economics, and also political order for the wellness of the entire humankind. So this is a new area that you have touched upon: peaceful coexistence, mutual cooperation, and mutual caring and sharing. All these flow from the concept of anukampa, and therefore your presentation is really both scholarly as well as illuminating. Over to now, Koshlendra-ji.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barua, that you very beautifully described the whole characteristic, or you can say the approach of Buddha to the society, how it should be, how things should be dealt on. There's a very beautiful book written by F. Schumacher, Small is Beautiful. Anyone can read this beautiful book, and very full of thoughts, full of knowledge this book has. So moving to our next speaker, a very young and dynamic personality, a great Buddhist scholar, editor-in-chief of Being Mindful and founder of Being Mindful Living Foundation.
No. Vedika is there. Next is Vedika.
Okay. I think I missed her.
Follow the order.
Okay. Vedika ma'am, she is from Mauritius. She is very young, dynamic personality. And ma'am, over to you. Very warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koshlendra. A very good afternoon and namaskar to all of you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So a very good afternoon to you all, particularly to all the organizers, the AIPI team, and to all the co-speakers. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor S.R.Bhatt for his unflinching effort and service that he's providing in the promotion and sustenance of philosophy across the globe. Undoubtedly, it is not an easy task to connect governments, diplomats, the civil society, academia, media, artists, performing artists, and also spiritual seekers on the same platform for the sake of critical thinking leading to lok sangraha or general welfare. However, Professor Bhatt and the strong AIPI team have made this possible, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my reflections. So the concept of Mahakaruna or universal compassion is relevant not only to the Buddhist community, but it has a very strong moral bearing across the entire human race, extending its boundaries to the ecological systems, including the flora and fauna. I believe that this is the reason as to why the Sustainable Development Goals outlined by the United Nations is also referred to as the Charter for Compassion. Based on the strong edifice of compassion, the United Nations have started to mobilize efforts. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear.
Okay.
You go on.
Our efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. Universal, inclusive, and indivisible, the agenda calls for action by all the countries to improve lives of people everywhere. If we look at the core of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, for example, SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, no hunger, SDG 5, gender equality, we clearly note that all of them are based on a philosophical framework that holds compassion as a result of sufferings at its center. To better understand and appreciate this concept of Mahakaruna, it's worth casting a glance at the Buddhist moral philosophy. Like every moral system, Buddhist moral system also has certain moral rules which are normative in nature and guided by universalizable moral ideals. The justification of the moral rules lies in the central moral principle of Buddhism, namely universal compassion. Buddha's entire life is a model of perfect moral being. His every conduct, whether he performs a particular action or abstains from one or takes care of the other, as essential feature of a moral system. Repeat, taking care of the other is an essential feature of the moral system. The Buddhist philosophy assumes that every moral agent is first a rational person, as his moral conduct aims at achieving private as well as public good and avoidance of evil. For this reason, every rational person ought to be moral. A rational person is also a cognitive, emotional, and an acting being. Any adequate moral philosophy as a public system requires these necessary qualifications for a moral agent. Buddhism takes humanity as the community of sufferers, in which one's suffering naturally arouses in other moral virtues like love, like compassion and love without the commandments of God and Holy Scripture. This is seen in the case of accident involving our fellow beings when there is a spontaneous outburst of concern for the victims. Another important indivisible element of Buddhism is that it structures humanity on the ethical line as opposed to any hierarchical structuring. Hence, it emphasizes the necessity of matching the vertical growth of the moral self and the horizontal ethical conduct. It thus shifts the focus from religious dogma to the immediate ethical concerns and maintains priority of epistemic experience, that is, awakening and moral excellence over pernicious metaphysical condition. Buddha's ethical standard includes both individual and social interests and recognizes the ethical worth of knowledge and moral education as primary necessities. The manifestation, it is inspiring to learn that Buddha starts his journey from passion, which passes through dispassion and ends in active compassion. The manifestation of one's own Buddha nature is the manifestation of both wisdom and compassion, as it has been echoed by many of the speakers already. Post-enlightenment, Buddha never shifted his focus from the ethical and spiritual development through psychological transformation of man, which includes inter alia, overcoming the root evils, passion, raga, aversion, dosha, and intellectual confusion, moha, and cultivation of ethical and religious goods. Brahma Vihar, such as benevolence, maitreya, active compassion, karuna, sympathetic joy, mudita, and equanimity, upeksha, which show the higher level of consciousness. Buddha takes the meditation technique not for developing any mystic power, but to transform the human mind to rise to a higher level of ethical being. The ultimate goal for man, according to him, is the attainment of arhathood, which is not only a stage of being free from root evils, but also a happy and altruistic being. Hence, in other words, Buddha's aim was to ethicize man's every aspect of life. On a final note, I would like to reiterate that the Bodhisattva, highest good, is neither worldly happiness nor achievement of a transcendental position. A Buddha derives his highest good or happiness from his achievement of moral perfection in altruistic activities while serving the suffering fellow beings. His journey starts from appeasing egoistic passions to the state of dispassion, and he develops the dynamic attitude of altruistic compassion till he brings freedom from suffering and ultimate deliverance to every suffering being. Thus, a Buddhist true moral identity consists in universal altruistic activities, the regulative principle of which he is fully developed Buddha nature, which in essence is his universal compassion and wisdom. Thus, the Bodhisattva's ethical path is shaped by others who are the necessary conditions for this compassion and final release. I thank you for listening to me. I hope I was relevant to the context in question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vedika, for delineating on Buddhist global ethics and universal compassion as a part of that. You have rightly pointed out that Buddhist thought is something to be practiced in modern times, and it is both relevant as well as useful in contemporary context. So we are thankful to you for your nice scholarly presentation, and we welcome Professor Sunita
Sir, Dr. Ritu Pandey Sharma has to catch her flight. So firstly, okay. So I would like to welcome Dr. Ritu Pandey Sharma ji. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. मैं आभारी हूँ AIPI के आयोजन के लिए जिन्होंने आपने मुझे इनवाइट किया। परम श्रद्धेय प्रोफेसर भट्ट सर, आपको सादर चरण स्पर्श करती हूँ और बाकी सभी को मैं प्रणाम करती हूँ। और ज़्यादा समय यहाँ पे नष्ट नहीं करते हुए मैं आगे अपनी बात को रखना चाहती हूँ, कुछ विचारों को मैं रखना चाहती हूँ कि एक आज मैंने बहुत अखबार में बहुत जल्दी में एक समाचार पढ़ा, उसके बारे में यहाँ पे मैं इस बात से अपनी बात को शुरू करूंगी। मैंने पढ़ा कि उत्तर प्रदेश के प्रतापगढ़ में गंगा नदी में एक डॉल्फिन को पकड़ा गया। डॉल्फिन पकड़ने वाले 20 साल के कुछ युवा थे जिन्होंने कि उस डॉल्फिन को बाहर निकाला, उसे मारा और उसे बहुत घायल किया, उसके बाद उसे वापस नदी में फेंक दिया। इस तरीके से कई सारे उदाहरण हम आजकल देख रहे हैं कि हिंसा का चरम इस युग में है। हिंसा की प्रवृत्ति बहुत बढ़ गई है और जहां भी देखें, हम जिस रूप में भी देखें, चाहे वो जानवरों के प्रति हिंसा हो, चाहे वो मनुष्यों के प्रति हिंसा हो, हर तरह से हमें हिंसा का बहुत ही विभत्स रूप दिखाई पड़ रहा है। यहाँ पर मैं कोट करना चाहती हूँ गौतम बुद्ध के एक बात को, एक कथन को, जो उन्होंने कहा था कि जब हम अपनी दुर्दशा के लिए दूसरों को उत्तरदायी ठहराते हैं तो ये पता चलता है कि हाँ, हम में सुधार की आवश्यकता है। और जब हम स्वयं को दोषी ठहराते हैं किसी भी परिस्थिति के लिए तो पता चलता है कि हाँ, हमारे भीतर सुधार शुरू हो गया है, उसका आरंभ हो गया है। और जब हम अपनी परिस्थितियों के लिए या किसी विपरीत स्थिति के लिए किसी को भी दोषी ठहराने के पहले विचार करते हैं और मानते हैं कि ये कोई दूसरा दोषी है ही नहीं, तो ये कह सकते हैं कि सुधार पूर्ण रूप से हो चुका है। तो गौतम बुद्ध इतने हजार साल के बाद आज भी प्रासंगिक बने हुए हैं कि हम आज उनकी महाकरुणा के अनुभव पे बात कर रहे हैं और उसको हम कहीं ना कहीं बहुत अच्छी तरह से महसूस भी करते हैं। और संवेदना से भरा हुआ ये जो एक सिद्धांत के रूप में जिसे हम देखते पढ़ते समझते हैं, इसमें संवेदना और संवेदनशीलता की इतनी अधिकता है कि इसको आज के समय में अपनाए जाने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत है। गौतम बुद्ध अपने अष्टांगिक मार्ग में कहते भी हैं कि जो उन्होंने रास्ते बताए हैं दुख से निवृत्ति के लिए, और उसमें उन्होंने 8 रास्ते जो बताए हैं, उसमें जो सबसे एक फंडामेंटल या सबसे मूलभूत जो एक पथ है कि हम अवेयरनेस को कैसे इनकलकेट कर सकते हैं, जिसे वे सम्यक स्मृति कहा करते थे, यानी राइट माइंडफुलनेस। आज के समय में राइट माइंडफुलनेस बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि एक राइट माइंडफुलनेस ही एक ऐसी फंडामेंटल एबिलिटी है हमारी बीइंग की कि जिसको हम कहना चाहिए थोड़ा सा अपने भीतर पैदा कर लें तो हमें पता चलता है कि हम किस तरीके से बॉडी या अपने शरीर, अपनी सेंसेस के प्रति माइंडफुलनेस हो सकते हैं, अवेयर हो सकते हैं। हम कैसे अपनी अवेयरनेस को अपने हार्ट यानी अपने हृदय और उसकी फीलिंग्स यानी भावनाओं के प्रति भी हम कैसे सचेत हो सकते हैं, और उसके बाद में हम कैसे अपने मस्तिष्क और मस्तिष्क में आने वाले बहुत सारे थॉट्स जो लगातार हम पैदा किए रहते हैं, हमें पता भी नहीं चलता और हम अच्छे बुरे सब तरीके के विचार दिन भर ले आते हैं, तो किस तरीके से हम माइंडफुल होकर अपने थॉट्स और अपने माइंड को जागरूक बना सकते हैं, उनके प्रति सचेत हो सकते हैं। आखिर में जब इस तरीके से माइंडफुलनेस इनकलकेट होती है, अवेयरनेस हमारे भीतर जागती है, तो अंत में हम देख सकते हैं, हम इस योग्य हो जाते हैं कि जो प्रिंसिपल्स हमें लाइफ में गवर्न करते हैं उनके प्रति हम अवेयर हो जाएं। तो ये जो राइट माइंडफुलनेस का जो उनका सिद्धांत है, फंडामेंटल है, ये आज के समय में बहुत प्रासंगिक है। और सबसे खुशी की बात तो ये है कि ये भारत में भगवान बुद्ध के द्वारा दिया गया और सारी दुनिया में इसको अपनाया गया है। खासकर जो विदेश में जो मेडिकल साइंस है वहां पर इसका बहुत अच्छी तरह से इसके ऊपर शोध हो रहे हैं, इसका प्रयोग हो रहा है और इसे एक मेडिटेशन के रूप में भी स्थापित किया गया है। भारत में अगर हम देखें तो माइंडफुलनेस जो है कहना चाहिए कि एक बहुत ही मूलभूत एक तरीका है हमारे ध्यान को पैदा करने के लिए, मेडिटेशन में जाने के लिए, कि हम कैसे अपने अवेयरनेस को धीरे धीरे बढ़ाएं और एक मेडिटेशन के माध्यम से माइंडफुल होकर के हम जिए। तो मेरे कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि गौतम बुद्ध की महाकरुणा का आज के समय में उतना ही महत्व है जितना कि पहले था, क्योंकि पहले भी हिंसा थी, आज उससे कई गुना ज्यादा हिंसा है। हम अपने स्वार्थ को कैसे परार्थ में बदल सकें, ये सबसे ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। तो करुणा पैदा ही तब होती है जब अंतिम रूप से जब आप ये पाते हैं कि कोई भी किसी की बुरी परिस्थिति के लिए, किसी के बुरे के लिए इस प्रकार से दोषी नहीं है, और वो जो दोषी भी है तो कहीं ना कहीं वो मेरे भीतर ही वह कोई दोष या कोई मेरे भीतर की ही कमी है जिसकी वजह से मैं ऐसा देखता हूँ या ऐसा पाता हूँ। महाकरुणा, करुणा एक प्रकार से संवेदनशीलता की पराकाष्ठा है। जब जितना हम संवेदनशील होते हैं तो हमारी संवेदनशीलता बढ़ते बढ़ते अपने आसपास से लेकर अपने सारे समाज, सारे देश और पूरे विश्व के प्रति एक करुणा या कंपैशन से भर जाती है, जिसमें कि हम अपनी जो कामनाएं हैं, अपनी जो वासनाएं हैं, अपनी जो इच्छाएं हैं, उनको हम एक तरफ रख सकते हैं, एक तरफ कर देते हैं, और हमें नजर आती है कि हम किस तरीके से दूसरों के बारे में सोचें, उनके हित के बारे में सोचें और कुछ उसके लिए प्रयास भी करें। तो इस तरीके से इसका ऐसे ही रूपांतरण होता है, जो आपके भीतर की ऊर्जा है वो कैसे करुणा में बदलती है। तो करुणा एक अंतिम निष्पत्ति है जब आप इस पूरे विराट अस्तित्व के प्रति करुणा या संवेदनशीलता से भर जाते हैं, तो करुणा का जन्म होता है इस तरीके से। ऐसे ही मैं यहाँ पे कबीर की वाणी का भी प्रयोग करना चाहती हूँ। कबीर ने बहुत अच्छा कहा है कि जहाँ दया तहाँ धर्म है, जहाँ लोभ वहाँ पाप है, जहाँ क्रोध तहाँ नाश है, और जहाँ क्षमा वहाँ आप है। सारे धर्मों का मूल यही है। और अगर हम गौतम बुद्ध के देशना की बात करें तो वे भी यही कहते हैं कि आप अपने दिए खुद बने, अप दीपो भव। क्योंकि दूसरे के दिए से या दूसरे के दिखाए मार्ग से आप कुछ देर चल तो सकते हैं, लेकिन आप अपना रास्ता नहीं बना सकते हैं। और जो महाकरुणा का जो रास्ता है वो आज के समय में मैत्री के रूप में हमें दिखाई पड़ता है। उन्होंने ये बात तब भी कही थी कि आगे के समय में जो करुणा है उसे मैत्री के रूप में ही देखा जाएगा। क्यों? क्योंकि आज हम देख चुके हैं कि कोरोना काल में किस तरीके से घरेलू जीवन में कहना चाहिए या व्यक्तिगत संबंधों में किस प्रकार से दूरियां बढ़ी हैं। कहीं कहीं बहुत हिंसात्मक जो है गतिविधियों के बारे में भी हमें जानकारी मिली है समाचार माध्यमों के माध्यम से, और बहुत सारे सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे भी हमने देखा जाना कि कैसे लोगों के अंदर अधीरता बढ़ी और क्रोध बढ़ा है। तो ये जो मैत्री का जो स्वरूप है आज के समय की बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता है कि हम इसको पहचानें। हम कुछ न करें, केवल अपने भीतर एक जगह दें दूसरों को जानने की, समझने की और उनके प्रति एक भावना रखने के लिए। इतनी जगह हमें देना है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हम दूर नहीं है कि उनके दिखाए हुए मार्ग को हम अच्छे से नहीं फॉलो कर पाएंगे। मेरा इतना मेरी जो समझ बनी है वो यही है कि मैत्री की बहुत आवश्यकता है। हम कैसे भी करके अपने विचारों को, अपने भावनाओं को और अपने एक्शंस को बहुत माइंडफुल होकर करें, देखें और साक्षी का भाव।
कनेक्शन कर गया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर पांडे शर्मा जी। आपने बहुत ही सुंदर ढंग से ये बताया कि आज विश्व में सर्वत्र अनेक प्रकार की हिंसा व्याप्त है और आवश्यकता यह है कि हम जो है सम्यक दृष्टि कल्टिवेट करें। सम्यक दृष्टि का मतलब होता है कि हम स्वार्थ से परार्थ की ओर अग्रसर करें, सबके हित का साधन करें। पर हित सरिस धर्म नहीं भाई, तो दूसरों के कल्याण का, दूसरों के हित का हम प्रयास करें, तभी जो है समाज में, राष्ट्र में उन्नति हो सकती है और व्यक्ति का जीवन भी समुन्नत हो सकता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके उद्बोधन के लिए। ओवर टू कौशलेंद्र जी।
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Dr. Vandana Sharma, you want to say something or add anything? Vandana ji?
हाँ, मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगी। रितु पांडे जी मेरी बहुत अच्छी मित्र हैं। हम ICPR के दोनों एक साथ फेलो रह चुके हैं और मैं उन्हें बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी कि वो यहाँ पर आई और उन्होंने इतनी खूबसूरती से हमारे आसपास के जीवन में से उदाहरण लेते हुए अपनी टॉक दी। थैंक यू वेरी मच रितु जी। ये टेक्नोलॉजी की कहीं कहीं लिमिटेशन हो जाती है कि आपसे हमारा संपर्क टूट गया, but thank you very much for coming here and adding value to this webinar and to our lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Diya ji, kindly mute yourself. Now, yes, Diya ji. Okay, now we have another guest. Our guest is a epitome of grace, divinity, and knowledge. The founder and honorary convener of ISOL Foundation. She has to her credit bunch of outstanding book. She is a professor at Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, Professor Sunita Singh Gupta. Ma'am is a wonderful personality. 2 days back, I was listening to her on Vivekanand. Really, ma'am, it was a marvelous talk given by you. We warmly welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yes, Thank you, कौशलेंद्र जी। प्रोफेसर भट्ट, मैं हार्दिक प्रणाम कहती हूँ उनका blessing है, अपने को सौभाग्यशाली मानती हूँ. I knew about this conference going on, but I was not aware that I am part of this directly. वो अभी दिव्या शर्मा ने कॉल किया कि मैडम आप कब ज्वाइन कर रहे हो, तो मुझे तो पता नहीं, तो नो मैम लिंक भेजा गया. आई सेड मुझे लगा गलती से आ गया होगा. सो आई एम वेरी मच थैंकफुल. आई एम सो inspired and excited also to see how this organization is focusing on करुणा भाव. अभी पीछे श्री राम के कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी करुणा भाव पर फोकस हुआ, और मेरे अनुसार बुद्धा का अगर कोई निचोड़ निकाल कर कहा जाए कि एक चीज जो वो हम सबको प्रभावित किए और करने को कहे, वो करुणा भाव है. आज के इस कोरोना वायरस एनवायरनमेंट में we need leaders who have this karuna bhav. We need, because to end the suffering. This also tells us how we can have. I was working on Buddhist theory of organizational leadership and found that what servant leadership talks about and what other leadership talks about, Buddha talked 2,600 years back. And he said, how do we end suffering? How do we create happiness at individual level and at societal level? And how can all of us live in harmony? So मेरे हिसाब से मैनेजमेंट को आज के संदर्भ में इसकी बहुत आवश्यकता है कि हम कैसे हार्मनी पैदा करें. अभी पीछे वॉशिंगटन डीसी में जो अटैक्स हुए, हमारे यहाँ भी चिटपुट कुछ सुनते रहते हैं. And this basic hostile attitude can only end if we believe in each of us having our own identity, or Indian philosophy talks about the principles of coexistence, samanvay ka siddhant. And to my opinion, the Buddhist theory of organizational leadership promotes this principle of coexistence for creating happiness and ending suffering and hostility at workplace. And as a result, this promotes a harmonious society. So organizations are agents of growth, and the leaders are the pilot sitting there. So it's very important that we take the tools and techniques of Bodhisattva, of mindfulness, and create mindful leaders. We have leaders, but many a times the mindfulness is missing. When this mindful leadership is created, then we are in charge of our mind. And then a calm, composed state of mind is created, and that enables the leader to take many good and courageous decisions. So I'm very happy that this organization talking on Buddha and the contribution that one can draw of the insights from Buddha's teachings into different segments. I come from management and have been working on compassion, love, and truth. So I was really very much happy that how we can, promote this at organizational level. And I really desire that one conference, philosophy, this organization and FMS do jointly, because management and philosophy go hand in hand. So, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. It was like more extempore type of thing for me. And when Divya called me, I said, yes, of course, मैं भी join कर लेती हूँ. But lot of ethical leadership studies going on based on Buddha's teachings. But to me, the true integration of Buddha's teaching will be to promote Karuna Bhav. और ये जो पीछे आप लोगों ने श्री राम पर किया और करुणा भाव पर फोकस किया, मेरे हिसाब से ये उसी करुणा भाव का एक्सटेंशन है, taking this personality Buddha into our deliberations. And I'm very happy to be part of this, and would like to continue my association and even more closely associated with this great association, and would like to work together. Hamara discipline management, but I also work on those subtle spiritual values which Vedic literature talks about. करुणा भाव पूरा वल्लभाचार्य स्कूल ऑफ थॉट का है, करुणा भाव, दास्य भाव, माधुर्य भाव, वात्सल्य भाव। और उसमें से अगर हम करुणा भाव निकालते हैं, जो बहुत ही मूल भाव है, जिसका कोई अंग्रेजी रूपांतर नहीं हो सकता है, क्योंकि उसमें एसेंस खो जाएगा। So that is one thing which I feel that this organization is repeatedly focusing on Karuna Bhav, and which is very much required in this post-COVID era to create compassionate and sensitive leaders. So इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपनी वाणी को विराम देना चाहूंगी। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर सुनीता सिंह जी। आपने बहुत ही विद्वतापूर्ण ढंग से यह बतलाया कि कंपैशन जो है वह इंडिविजुअल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, सोशल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन एंड नेशनल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, और नेशनल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन में खास करके जो इकोनॉमिक ऑर्डरिंग है, बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट है, उसमें करुणा का कितना महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होता है। करुणा के आधार पर ही हमको समन्वय या हार्मनी और कोऑर्डिनेशन प्राप्त कर सकते हैं, जो आज के युग की आवश्यकता है। आज जो है वो यह है कि हमारा अस्तित्व जो है वह सह अस्तित्व के रूप में, पीसफुल को एग्जिस्टेंस के रूप में हो, और उसमें करुणा का आधार बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण होता है। फाउंडेशनल टेनेट है करुणा। तो आपने इस बात को जोड़ दिया, और हम जरूर चाहेंगे कि आपके साथ में हमारी संस्था का सहयोग बना रहे, और हम भविष्य में भी इस प्रकार के आयोजन करें जो व्यक्ति और समाज के लिए लाभप्रद हो, उपयोगी हो।
जी जी,
बहुत बहुत
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत धन्यवाद।
मैं मैम से मैम को हमेशा सुनना एक प्रकार से एक ट्रीट होता है। अभी 2 दिन पूर्व मैंने मैम को मैसेज भी किया था, मैम आप बहुत अच्छा बोले विवेकानंद पे, मैम का रिप्लाई मैसेज भी आया था। ये सार्थक है कि 2600 वर्ष पूर्व बुद्ध ने जिस करुणा की या महाकरुणा की वार्ता की लोगों से, उस समय के समूह से, उस समय के जनमानस से उनकी चेतना को झकझोरा, और वो झकझोरना जिसे कहते हैं, उस जो वीणा उत्पन्न हुई, वीणा की तार, वो आज भी बज रही है। ओके सर, ठीक है, वो बस अभी इंटर करेंगे विद इन अ मिनट सर, वो इंटर कर लेंगे विद इन अ मिनट। हाँ सर, विद इन सुनीता मैम प्लीज सोनिया मेहता मैम को इंटर कर। हाँ यस सर, यस सर, यस सर। हाँ
मैं लॉग आउट करती हूँ।
नो नो मैम, नो नीड टू लॉग आउट, नो नीड टू लॉग आउट। सोनिया मेहता मैम को प्लीज इंटर कराएं, टेक्निकल टीम। ओके, मैम के विषय पे मैं कुछ कह रहा था, मैम के उद्बोधन पे। तो ये एक प्रकार से देखा जाए तो मानव सभ्यता का जो इतिहास रहा है वो हमेशा ऐसे ही द्वंद्वों पे चला है। हमारे उत्थान से लेकर हम अगर मोहन जोदड़ो या हड़प्पा की बात करें तो कहीं ना कहीं देखा जाता है कि वो अपने शिरोधार्य पे या अपने जेनिथ पे पहुंच के कोलैप्स हुए। तो अलग अलग थियरीज होती हैं, लेकिन अगर आज मैं वर्तमान समय की बात करूं, इस कोविड में हमें मानव संवेदनशीलता के भी इतने अच्छे अच्छे उदाहरण देखने को मिले हैं कि जिसका हम अपने शब्दों में व्याख्यान नहीं कर सकते हैं। हाँ, ये अलग बात है कि वो तबका इतना बड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी ऐसे लोग सामने आए, धर्म की मर्यादा को तोड़कर, जात की मर्यादा को तोड़कर, अपने आर्थिक प्रबंधन की मर्यादा को तोड़कर उन्होंने निस्वार्थ भाव से लोगों की सेवा की। समाज में करुणा आज भी विद्यमान है, वो विभिन्न रूपों में है। कुछ इस प्रकार से लोग हैं जिन्होंने अपने करुणा के कारण अपने सब कुछ न्यौछावर कर दिया, सर्वस्व न्यौछावर कर दिया। लेकिन कुछ ऐसे भी लोग हैं कि जिनके पास हर सुख सुविधा है, फिर भी वो और मोर, जिसे कहते हैं ग्रीड, उसकी वो और अपेक्षा करते जाते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो भारत की सनातन संस्कृति है, सदैव से मानवता को, मानव इतिहास को हमेशा इसने व्याख्यायित किया और भविष्य के लिए एक रूपरेखा तैयार की है, किस प्रकार से चलकर आप अपने स्थान को पा सकते हैं, उस शीर्ष पे पहुंच सकते हैं जो मानव का एक उत्थान हो सकता है। तो मैम, आपने हमें एक मौका दिया अपने आशीर्वाद के माध्यम से कि भविष्य में हम आपके साथ जुड़ सकें, तो हमारा पूरा प्रयास
मैं
होगा।
जरूर मैं चाहूंगी, इतना अच्छा काम ये संस्था कर रही है एंड दैट टचेस द कोर ऑफ माय हार्ट, और लगता है कि कैसे इस संस्था के साथ जुड़कर और मैं भी कुछ सीखूं और काम करूं, बहुत अच्छा लगेगा। और वो कहते हैं ना, साईं इतना दीजिए जामे कुटुंब समाए, मैं भी भूखा न रहूं साधु न भूखा जाए। यही तो हमारी भारतीयता है, यही भारतीय विश्वास है, यही भारतीय परंपरा है। तो आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मुझे एक उदाहरण याद आ गया। फाहियान की ऑटोबायोग्राफी है जिसे कहते हैं जर्नी टू द वेस्ट, या फिर यू सुकी करके है। उसमें जब वो राजस्थान पहुंचते हैं तो किसी के घर में जाके वो पानी मांगते हैं कुछ पीने के लिए। लैंग्वेज बैरियर था, वो चाइनीज में बोलते थे, यहाँ पे हिंदी में। जब वो उनके द्वार पे गए तो कुछ ऐसे पीने का इशारा किया, तो वहां पे बटर मिल्क था, क्योंकि हमारे संस्था में, हाँ, यह कहा जाता है हमारे इतिहास में, हमारे कल्चर में, अतिथि देवो भव। जब आपके यहाँ पर कोई आके मांगता है तो आप उन्हें भगवान की तरह पूछते हैं, जो आपके पास गेस्ट होता है वो देने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो उन्होंने मट्ठा दिया तो उसने नकार के दोबारा मांगा तो जाके उन्हें मिला। तो इसी प्रकार हम कह सकते हैं मैम कि हिंदुस्तान की जो परंपरा है वो अपने आप में दुनिया में सबसे अलौकिक है। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं आपका धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूँ हमारे साथ।
देखिए, ये वैक्सीन जो है वो हम अपने देशवासियों को तो दे ही रहे हैं। ब्राजील ने भी अपना हवाई जहाज भेज दिया इंडिया से वैक्सीन, और हमारी सरकार जो मोदी जी जो है इतने दयालु हैं, दे रहे हैं।
9 देशों के लोग हमसे अपना वैक्सीन मांग रहे हैं और हमने तत्काल उनको देने के लिए कहा भी है। कहा जाता है कि हम सबसे पहले अपने पड़ोसियों को देंगे, और जब पेंडेमिक अपने चरम पे था तब भी हमने लोगों की मदद करने से भारत देश और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी पीछे नहीं हटे, इसलिए तो उन्हें वर्ल्ड लीडर कहा जाता है।
जय भारत, जय भारत, जय भारत।
Now we have our another guest, or she displays dignity, elegance, and intelligence. A very young philosopher, she has organized so many national and international webinars. Joyfully, I welcome Dr. Sonia Mehta. Ma'am, a very warm welcome to you. Over to you. Please, ma'am, unmute yourself.
Thank you. A very warm good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, my heartfelt gratitude to Professor S.R.Bhatt, Chairman of AIPI, as well as my Guru, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present my views on the topic Lord Buddha and Epitome of Mahakaruna, and be a part of this delighted academic forum. Once again, thank you, sir. Compassion. Compassion has many faces. Some of them are fierce, some of them are wrathful, some of them are tender, some are wise. A little line that His Holiness Dalai Lama Ji once said, "Love and compassion are necessities. They are not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive." And I would say, it is not only humanity that won't survive, but it is all species on the planet. What is compassion? What is ordinary compassion? What is great compassion? Or what is immeasurable compassion? How to develop compassion? Is it an inherent human quality, innate trait, or it can be cultivated? Is there any fear, inhibitions attached with our natural compassionate instinct? Immeasurable compassion. Now, speaking a little bit from the traditional teachings perspective, mainly from Mahayana tradition, compassion from that perspective of it being an immeasurable quality can't be confined with one word. So that's why within the context of immeasurable teachings, you do have an understanding of immeasurable love, immeasurable kindness, immeasurable joy, and immeasurable equanimity. It has to surface truly essence of all these four and even more, many more different qualities. For it to be truly immeasurable compassion. In simple language, I would say, unless you go beyond the ambition, even the subtlest ambition of the self-cherishing mind in understanding the concept of immeasurable kindness, it cannot be there. But nevertheless, all is not lost, even if one can't achieve that much. Beyond that, it could be an enormous recognition of compassion or kindness towards others, that despite that there is some ambition and the interpretation that you are involved in being the basis of that kindness and compassion. But still, it would supersede all the reluctances and the hesitations of a feeble mind to reach out for the greater quality of kindness and what it would actually do for somebody else, the benefit that it would give to somebody else. That probably could be interpreted as greater compassion. And if one cannot accumulate or accomplish such a great thing, you know you cannot go beyond your own doubts and hesitations. You cannot go beyond all reluctances and feeble mindedness. You can still make attempts at being a good person. That the basis of everything that you would do, say, and think would be infused with a lot of thoughtfulness about others. If I say something that the underlying fragrance of that moment would it be good to somebody else? And if not, knowing how to hold it back, that probably would be ordinary compassion. Now, moving further, someone killing somebody else or some being the cause of war. Should we be compassionate and can be compassionate towards such an individual? That means how to develop compassion. Can it be developed? Can it be cultivated? I think we are looking at it from a very resultant state. Can we be compassionate? I don't think it will be easy to have compassion without bias, even ordinary compassion, if it does not really begin a little bit before. You have to work with the causal factors, and that's so beautifully explained in the Mahayana tradition. It's that until you really understand that you are the recipient of a lot of kindness from others, until you understand the interrelationship with the others, until you really understand the whole concept in Buddhist teaching about mother-like sentient beings, that's not just poetic. It is not just there to make it sound short of some sort of emotional and poetic. It is very, very true that the birth of any attitude of kindness and compassion is always born from a sense of that recognition of how much you are at the receiving end of others. Kindness and compassion, whether mother or anyone else. So even when you drink a cup of coffee or a tea, if you don't really look at the larger picture of how many contributing individuals have gone into making that moment possible, then when you ignore that fact, you begin to develop a very individualistic, hardened island kind of of a mind of your own. That's why what makes compassion and the practice of compassion difficult. It is because we think we are an individual, unattached, and not in any way related or connected to others. But when the connectedness and the interdependency of ourselves with everyone else, the larger picture of that codependency is understood, then I think you come to a point in your mind where you can then say you are the one receiving so much. At least you could do it is say thank you. And how best would you repay that? That makes compassion sort of least thing one who understood that what you got from others. Without that kind of an understanding others, then the whole patronizing attitude, like I am the good one who is giving always compassion, not getting anything in return, that kind of doubt can easily come. So I would define compassion in a nutshell as a natural sense of concern that arises in us in the face of someone who is in need or someone who is in pain, and accompanied by a kind of wishing to see the relief or end of that situation and wanting to do something about it. So, compassion is not just an emotional reaction, there is also a more motivational kind of element which makes us want to do something about the situation. Moving further, there are various types of fear attached with compassion. One of the interesting things about our contemporary modern society is that, given the highly competitive nature of society and also the way in which we bring up our children, the way in which we ourselves grew up, which involved a huge amount of evaluation, judgment, competitions, comparison with others from a very, very early age, we have kind of eternalized a certain kind of way of being in the world and perceiving our relationship with others. And that dynamic has created a certain kind of, inhibitions against our natural compassionate instinct. So, and these inhibitions really take primarily in the form of fear. For example, many people worry and are afraid that if they are too kind and too compassionate, that other will take advantage of them. They will see them as pushover or weak or losers. So that's one type of fear that we bring. Another type of fear that we bring is that because in popular understanding of compassion, it is so dominated by compassion as an emotion, kind of a soft-hearted, tender-hearted, and so on. So people worry that if they allow their compassionate or tender instinct to become more dominant in their way of interacting with the world and the other, somehow it might undermine their more rational, tougher side so that they may not be able to succeed in their life and compete. That's another type of fear. And then sometimes in intimate relations, particularly between parents and children, on the part of the parents, sometimes we also worry that if we are too kind to our children, we might be spoiling them. They might become over dependent upon us, that somehow we will end up having to do everything for them. So these are various types of fear that we bring, expression of natural compassionate instinct. And a lot of these are subconscious biases that we bring. People may not necessarily sit down and think that what's I am going to do. But these are culturally acquired sensibilities and biases which also makes us suspicious. When someone is being kind to us, compassionate towards us, we start wondering there must be a hidden agenda. That person must want something from me. So it's very unfortunate that these are various forms of culturally acquired fear that really undermines the expression of what is really natural to us as a human being, which is the ability to connect with someone and the ability to relate to that person at a deeper level, have a much more open hearted kind of interaction. So, compassion is that It is not merely a sentiment or a fleeting emotion. It has a kind of wisdom and an intelligence. It looks accurately into what is a suffering experienced by beings and then asks, what is the cause? So there must always be a measure of intelligence and wisdom accompanying compassion. And that ensures it is not merely a sentimental, emotional response that one feels good about having, but also a response founded on reason and wisdom, which is embedded in an ethical framework concerned with the selfless intention of freeing others from suffering. In compassion, there is no stress on I. There is a stress only on others. It is when self and the other become one. The other is no one else but extension of you only. Finally, I conclude that Buddhist compassion is the result of knowing one is a part of a greater whole and is interdependent and connected to that whole. It is the result of practiced meditations. Compassion requires prajna or transcendental wisdom, an ability to see past shallow appearances and see true suffering and need. For this reason, compassion may involve giving someone what they really need, not what they want. In addition, compassion may involve giving someone what they really need. In addition, one does not expect or require reciprocity or confirmation of compassion. Indeed, true compassion will often not be appreciated and may be received with anger or hatred. Anger is the main cause that anger is the main obstacle that causes deterioration to compassion and the awakening mind. The remedy for anger is patience. Buddhism makes a strict distinction of compassion from what it calls grasping love and the attachment. Love, when seen as desire, necessarily leads to suffering. In this way, love is seen as a need to attach oneself to others in order to achieve a sense of security and belonging. Instead, Buddhism encourages love and compassion in the sense of openness and fearlessness. True compassion and love have no territorial bounds, they are freely offered and received. Moreover, in recent years, compassion has received increased scientific interest also, and it tells that practicing mindfulness increases our capacity for compassion, which is one way to increase our feeling of happiness and satisfaction with life. With this, I end my presentation and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sonia Mehta. You have presented a very realistic picture as to how there are some fears out of practicing compassion. And of course, those fears are not well grounded. They are because of our inherent deficiencies, but then they have to be overcome so that compassion in its proper perspective is understood. And for that, it has to be seasoned. Karuna has to be seasoned by pragya.
Yes.
Then only it can have a right direction. Otherwise, compassion may lead to some sort of selfishness and egocentricity also. We have to be very much careful for that. So thank you very much for very enlightening speech. Now over to Koshlenji. And our time also is over now.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Sonia Mehta, ma'am. That very beautifully you explained the characteristics of compassion, how it should be, how it should not be. So I would like to welcome Dr. Diya Vandana Sharma ji for a few words. Vandana, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sonia, ma'am. Both spoke well, and it's all having such wise beings, knowledgeable beings with us. I think it always enriches us more and helps us comprehend things like Karuna and Maitri and Mudita and Upekha in a better way. So I now request Professor S.R.Bhatt to give concluding remarks. Dhanyawad.
I
Yeah,
think
kindly switch off your mic, mute yourself.
I think we should end up by thanking all the learned, erudite scholars who made their scholarly presentations, and some new innovative ideas also have come up. Different dimensions of compassion have been touched upon, and not merely a sort of a theoretical exercise, but some practical considerations were also put forth, and particularly, for example, Professor Sunita Singh Sen-Gupta ji has talked of management of an individual life, of social life, and within social life, management of social structure, economic ordering, political setup, and so forth. So Buddhism is, in fact, has a widespread net. It is not just a system of ontology or cosmology. It has deeper considerations with regard to transformation and management of life, and that needs to be highlighted in present times. So, say for example, Buddhist theory of business management. Well, it is not rights based. It is responsibility oriented. It is something not having or gaining, but rather instead of receiving, giving for the universal wellness, and therefore all these are we have wonderful presentations all these days. We are thankful. We are thankful to Shri Mati Maliji for giving us this particular venue in 10 News. Yesterday, Mr. Mali was also present, and he was very much happy and delighted for this. Today also we had wonderful presentations. We are grateful to all the learned speakers. Thank you. And now I think time is up, and therefore if you want to say Vandana ji or Kaushalya ji, you say thanks, and then
Okay,
we wind up.
thank you so much, Sunita ma'am. Now this session is going to end, and really it was a very wonderful session, and we enjoyed a lot. And thank you so much. And
we learned also learned quite a lot.
yes, of course.
Forward
We have already
doing something together on Buddhist theory of management, centering around compassion. और भट्ट जी आप आशीर्वाद दीजिए हम साथ मिलके कुछ करें.
जी बिल्कुल. Thank you so much, ma'am. And ma'am, this session is going to end right now. And